How far can a hoe go in life?
What?
We are about to enter a whole new era of the world right now. There's going to be before now and then there's going to be after this. I want you all to understand we are staring down the barrel of the first thought election.
Damn!
This is exactly where we're going right now. We're going right there with it, folks. I want you to understand, you thought Ciara's prayer was bad. Wait till you see Kamala's vote.
Auntie, chill!
No, folks, this is where we're really going to be. Seriously. I mean that right now. I want you to understand that I'm doing a fundamental reconsideration of things because there's a number of variables that have come up here, and I don't usually get political on this channel. I'm usually not political, and I'm not being political right now. This is power dynamics. This is power dynamics. And I want us to be a little clear about exactly why I'm saying it here. All right, for those of you who've been living under a rock for the last month or so here, you've been in solitary confinement in some Kazakhstan prison somewhere. Joe Biden is going to step down as the Democrats' nominee for president. He is not resigning from office as president, but he will not be seeking re-election, so he will be a one-term president. And now the party has nominated Kamala Harris to be the Democrats' nominee for president of the United States. And I want to say this in no uncertain terms. She can win.
What?
Whether you like it or whether you don't, this woman stands a good chance this time of winning.
And deal with it, nigga.
And what I'm telling you is that some of the things that folks think are negatives are not. Let's be very, very clear about something. We all know where she come from. She come from streets. She come from the block, or shall I say getting run through on the block. She was the little bright-skinned chick, the little mixed chick back in the 80s and the 90s. She was that little mixed chick back then. Y'all know how it go. She was that little mixed chick back in the day. Back when mixed chicks were, when fellas was really feeling it, like just being black and white. This chick here was black and Indian. So, I mean, she had a whole different level with it. She was at a whole different level. And them cats out in California, they were sprung. All the way sprung. So it was fighting room only, standing room only to get some of that. And, I mean, when you take a look at her back then, I mean, I'm not going to lie to you, you can see what it was. So, I mean, she certainly presented well. So, she had that little cute thing going on. I'm not going to take it from her. I'm not going to sit here and lie about it. I mean, you can see what it was. It's okay. She had the Lisa Cult Jam, the Paula Abdul thing going on back when it was big. Back when that Paula Abdul thing was running the block. She was doing the damn thing. So, I'm not going to take it from her. I mean, hey, fellas, do what you do. Do what you do. No problem right there. But she was on the come up then. She was like, look, I ain't got judicial talent, but damn it, I got bedpost talent. Let me show you what I do. So she grabbed a hold of probably the most corrupt politician at the time, downtown Willie Brown. Downtown Willie Brown. This is what happens when a square nigga gets into politics. If a square nigga gets into politics, He don't give a damn the fact, nigga, you can't pull nothing. You ain't got the looks. You ain't got anything. He knows the only reason women were giving him the time of day is because he the boss. If this fella owned a dry cleaning store, these women would not have sat up here and threw their martini on him to put him out if he was on fire. So if it wasn't for the fact that he was the mayor and he was a political power broker, that would have been it. So Willie Brown knew what the deal was. He knew what he was doing, and he knew he was really just leveraging his political position. Otherwise, he didn't exist. Kamala Harris beat out all the other hoes. I ain't hating on her, but Kamala Harris beat out all the other hoes. She was much younger than them, and Willie Brown was buying at the time that she was selling. He put his wife on the back burner. This man was, in these pictures you all see, he was still married. He was separated for years. The man was married. She is sitting right there with a married man. She was young. I'm talking about they taking pictures. They showing up at parties. Every damn thing else. She had no shame in the game. None. Her little old flicked ass dancing right there. You can see her spine is stiff as hell. With Willie Brown, 2 oddballs. But what I'm saying is that, you get it? He knew what he was doing. And she was like, look, I'm going to do you a favor.
What?
You going to do me a favor.
Auntie, chill.
And that's exactly what he did. So she got her start in politics because of him. He referred her. He gave her positions. He gave her access. She didn't have to beat out nobody else, not politically. She just had to beat them in the bedroom. Kamala Harris just had to beat them to the layup spot. Don't worry, Aaron, we're going to get to it. We slow rolling it tonight, but we're going to get there. So my thing is, the females today are going to be like, damn, first Ciara, now Kamala. If Kamala can make it to the White House, the lesson that the females are going to take away from this is hoes can win. That's the lesson they're going to take away from this. Hoes can win. It don't matter how many dudes you've been with. It don't matter if you got pictures. You can be scandalous. You can be scandalous. And you can still win. We can have your damn sexual resume out here for the world to see. We got pictures every day. Lori Harvey, don't worry, baby. Your ship gonna come in. Your ship is eventually going to come in. It don't matter if niggas got the paperwork. It doesn't matter if they have the documentation. You can win. Hoes can make it. Fellas, you think we having a hard time now? You wait till you see how things go if this woman makes it to the damn White House.
Alrighty then.
Fellas, if you think we're having a tough time talking to the females today, imagine what it's going to be like in 4 months if this woman wins. Your sons won't be able to say a damn thing to the chicks in college. They won't be able to say nothing, and neither will you. They all gonna say, I'll be there. I can be as big a hoe as I want. I'm going to the White House. I can get a record deal. I can be Ciara. I can marry Russell Wilson. I can be president. This is where we going if she wins. Please understand that. Please understand that. I mean, it's going to be sexy red everywhere. That's going to be it. And here's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the usual suspects. A lot of you out here listening to me right now, you're thinking about the little chicks who are obviously out here in them streets and throwing that thing and doing what they do. No. I'm talking about your doctors, your lawyers. I'm talking about your so-called sophisticated chicks. Those are going to be the ones you can't say nothing to. The little chicks in law school, the little chicks in accounting school. I'm talking about them. The little square chicks with the glasses. You ain't going to be able to tell them don't hoe it up now. You're not going to be able to tell them don't hoe it up, thought it up, make the stallion it up. You ain't going to be able to stop nothing. Imagine what's going to happen for them that they're like, hey, I can live my whole fantasy. And I can become, don't listen to them men talking about it runs down your value. Go be the biggest hoe you want to be. Let them fellas take your little glasses off your little blind ass. And then maybe make it do what it do. Why, you can be out there for a year. Hell, be out there for 10 years. Myrtle Urkel, do your thing. Hell, have a couple of kids. Get you a degree. Don't let them tell you what can't be or what can't happen. After 2 generations, 4 decades of bastard baby makers from sea to shining sea, I want y'all to understand that when we say that Kamala Harris was thotting it up, Nigga, that ain't sticking. Please understand that. That is not that's not a negative. I want the fellas, I want the men and the women, but especially the men who think that that's a body shot. You think that's a shot to the kidneys? Fellas, take your heads out your rumps. How you gonna shame these chicks for being hoes, man? You think that's bothering them? Kamala Harris is hoe light.
What?
Fellas, wake up. Kamala Harris is hoe light. The average chick on Instagram done did way more before 24 and ain't even got a degree than Kamala Harris did back in the Montel Williams talk show era. You think this is gonna bother her? You think this is gonna bother them? 2 generations of it now. And Kamala, I don't even think she got any tattoos. These chicks today got tattoos and 4 or 5 sex videos, man. These chicks today got 3 kids, 8 tattoos, and a dozen sex videos, and you trying to talk about a woman's sexual history as if that's going to be taken as a negative? You think bringing up her sexual history and everything she done did, all they see is she went on some dates. You ain't got a nigga out there bringing out the Freaknik tape on her. The average chick on Facebook today in her 30s or 40s, she got about 6 or 7 videos stretched out over a picnic table somewhere. If she been, you talk about hanging out with the stars, what do these chicks today do when they get to go hang out with DJ Academics or Drake or somebody else? What are they doing when they get to them fellas' houses? They up in their DMs, the NBA athletes, the NFL athletes. Man, look here. Kamala Harris is a little awkward square chick compared to the average female today below the age of 25. What are you talking about, man? You think those are body shots that gonna stick? You think the other females are looking at her? Oh, I would never do that. I don't think I can support that. Man, look here. I mean, spread eagle, spread falcon, spread frog.
What?
Have you ever saw a frog get stretched out? These chicks is doing everything today. Kamala is slow lane compared to them now. Come on, man. You think you're going to shame them? Oh, you can't vote for that. Take a look at what she's doing now. She was hanging out with Montel Williams. Man, do you know where your broad been? Do you fellas want to know where your broad been? And who she been with? And what she was doing when she was there? There's a whole... Half of you fellas right now who are married, you married to the biggest damn slut from whatever city she was living in before she came to you. Damn! Oh, let me just say it like it is. Jason, you wrong! She Miss Polly Purebred.
Nigga, please.
Most of you fellas, half you dudes in here right now, you married to a chick who was the biggest damn slut in whatever city she lived in before she came to your lame ass and fed you the story she telling you. She came to your city, busted you over the damn head and said, okay, let's sprint down this damn altar. Hey, nigga, you need to go pull some receipts from the city she used to live in. He over there singing, I don't really want to know. But let's call it for what it is. Every fella in here right now married, you married to a chick came from another city. Welcome to the internet era. This is why they all want to be dating online. She's like, oh, my rep is messed up in Houston. Let me go see what's going on over there in Kansas City. Let me go to St. Louis. Let me see what's happening in Nashville. Oh, I want to change the scenery. No, the scenery wanted to change from you. Most of these fellas in here married right now. It's like, yeah, she came from a whole different state whole different city. You ain't did no background check. Okay. So just understand in the 21st century, hoes can win now. Dudes, I want y'all to understand there's a Ciara and Kamala Harris are the level up fantasy of the hood rat generation. In the chat room, Adina said hoeing is like credit. It falls off after 7 years. Damn! Really? So you saying that body count fall off after 7 years?
Lie.
Nah, baby. Nah, baby. You might dismiss the body count, but herpes ain't paying attention to that. No. Yeah, you might think you can write it off after 7 years, but herpes stay on your credit for life. Herpes stay on your credit for life. So, yeah, you might not want to say them niggas' names, but some of this stuff out here, hepatitis stay on your damn credit report there for life. You got to just carry that one. You got to carry that one. Folks, I want you to understand, this is going to be the level up fantasy of every hoe everywhere. Big, fat, ugly, wide body, small booty, big head, cross-eyed, buck tooth. They going to see Kamala Harris. They going to immediately dismiss the 5 niggas they done had kids by. They going to look at her and say, see, y'all didn't appreciate these men. They were sleeping on my potential. They were sleeping on my potential. We got a bunch of chicks in their damn 40s and 50s and 60s. They ship sailed and sunk. Don't you know, living vicariously, just all of a sudden they done sprung up out the damn dirt like Nimrod. They taking a look at all the damn years that passed them by, and they looking at Kamala like, hey, she can redeem all the mistakes I made. They looking at her like, man, look here, if she wins, hoes winning everywhere. They've been sitting their whole damn lives. The crow's feet done set in. The hair has done started turning light. Them laugh lines ain't laughing anymore. Come on now, it's a whole bunch of post-wall aged out grandmas gone wild out here. And when I'm talking about grandmas, I'm talking about the 35-year-old grandmothers. The 35-year-old grandmothers. And they are just waiting for one more damn time to give all of us men the middle finger one more time. See, it's not just Ciara. Now it's Kamala. Damn you niggas. We can do whatever. It don't matter who we sleep with. It don't matter who we sleep with. Don't matter how many. You can't slut shame us. Fellas, I just want you to know where this is going. If this woman wins in November, oh, get ready for a societal change. She's already the abortion candidate.
What?
Remember? She's already the abortion candidate. You think she isn't talking to her audience? Fellas, come on now. People pay attention. She is already stomping for abortion anywhere and everywhere. If that's not the hoes candidate, I don't know what is. If that's not nominating the thought in chief, I don't know what is. She going everywhere. And, abortion, we got to have some abortion around here. Sexy Red and Meg Thee Stallion like, oh, voting for this. Got to vote for the Cardi B. We got to vote for this now. You can't get them hoes off the couch to get a job. But she like, vote for me now. We're going to keep them abortions going, baby. They done wrecked your damn womb. They done scraped so many kids out of there with a damn barbecue fork. Yo, uterus looks like ground beef. Forget about it. And a bunch of chicks who reproductive organs don't work no more, and they talking about voting for abortion. Baby, you couldn't have an abortion if they put a live baby inside your big ass belly, but she wants to go vote for it. No, this chick's uterus looks like prosciutto.
What?
Looks like prosciutto ham. And talking about, we need to get some abortion. Got to hold on an abortion. 2024, we don't want to lose our abortion rights. Abortion. This woman couldn't get pregnant if you threw one of the damn aliens' face huggers on her ass.
Nigga, please.
But she's sitting up here hollering about abortion. The damn face huggers from aliens be sitting up here steady poking her ass. Hey, come on now. Something got to grow up in here. Nigga, you late. You late. You might as well send that damn queen alien up here to come eat her ass because you late. Ain't nothing gonna grow around here, bro. So, just give it up. Give it up. The face hugger done got quiet. He done got tired. Hop up one more time. Bro, you been there about 3 hours. You give it up. You can't tell when you're dealing with a barren wasteland? Why you think she walks everywhere with no fear? She ain't worried about a damn thing. No, Kamala Harris is trying to prove the thoughts can level up. You thought we were going through hell with Ciara. You thought that was going to be hell. You wait till Kamala Harris comes to the damn White House talking about abortions. Women, whatever the women say, that's what go. Think about that for a few minutes. When she shows up, that's the problem right there. You got to let the women do what they do. Man. Y'all are not ready for that. Fellas up here online talking about post-wall and red pill and all this old stuff right here. Bro, that's about to go out the window if this woman wins. And she can win because now they're dropping her in the race basically 3 months before the election. So it's kind of like Barack Obama. She doesn't have a real long record to run on. And Trump is making so many damn mistakes. She's coming in. Basically, all she got to do is just not vomit all over herself. And it helps. So what she wasn't able to accomplish before she became vice president, she's got the name recognition now. And people are being very forgiving. People are being very forgiving. So, man, look here. Hoes up, G's down.
What?
Oh, I know y'all hate to hear it. I get it. I understand it. I feel for you. Fellas, I got to report it the way I see it. I got to call it the way I see it. Welcome to 2024. Hoes up, G's down. It is what it is. Thoughts in, G's out. It's going to be a bunch of raggedy ass hoes registering to vote. That's the one thing you got to watch out for. Look out to see if that happens. A bunch of slutty ass hoes, registering to vote. This heifer is on her second strike of her job for attendance, but she going sneaking down to the courthouse to go register to vote. Now that she going to be on time for. I want y'all to understand, Kamala Harris resonates with the hoes out there, man. If you think you're going to shame them, she resonates with them, especially the older ones. I'm talking about middle-aged. I'm not even talking about the baby boomer generation. The middle-aged chicks in their 40s and 50s. They remember what they was doing. They remember at the jobs. Hell, they wish they could have hoed as good as Kamala Harris did. I want the fellas to understand, women's view of this is different from ours. The women ain't ashamed that they was hoeing it up when they were Kamala Harris's age. They just mad that it didn't work out for them as well as it did for her. But they ain't mad at her. At this point right now, it's bygones be bygones. If these niggas hate it, we love it. They remember what they were doing when they were her age. Those of us in our 40s and 50s, we remember what these chicks was doing when they were Kamala's age. I mean, you take a look at that grin on her face. That grin on her face, yeah, I know I ain't getting it on talent, but I'm getting it. I mean, they all sitting there saying the same damn thing. Any of us who've been to school, any of us who've been to university, any of us who've been to graduate studies, we was in a whole damn classroom with females like that. Heifer, you ain't gonna be the damn partner of nobody's damn law firm. You're holding your book upside down. You're not first in anything. We went to whole damn schools full of chicks like that. The only thing they could do was join a sorority. Pop them butt cheeks. That's all they could do. They wasn't running nothing. You can't name a single one of the girls that you went to college with who running something today based on talent. You can't name a single one. Not even one. Not even Kamala Harris. Y'all can't name a single one. There's not a single female you were in class with. Damn, Jason, I underestimated her. She killing it today. Why, she's the female Johnny Cochran. Nigga, what? You know damn well it ain't what it is. None of y'all has a story like that. None. So then they sitting there now, it's like, yeah, she had to sleep her way up and get it how you live. Get it how you live. I just want you fellas to understand, when females want something and they losing, the rules go out the damn window. The rules are for you men. For the men, you got to proceed. You have to succeed. You have to get it on merit. You got to get that. For the females, she like, look, I can get it on merit or hoeing, whichever one works. I can get it either which way. Either which way is legit. That's why females hate to have a female boss. What? Oh, I got to tell the truth tonight. This is why hoes and sluts hate to have a female boss. They hate it when the men put a female in charge of the other women. Cause she like, damn, if she's not LGBT, I don't have the hoe card to play. I can't play the hoe cards. Damn, I'm trying to come through here and show some thigh and show some cleavage. Why y'all put this damn heifer in charge of us? Bring one of them men back over here. That's why females do not like females being their managers, their supervisors, much less the owner of the company. They don't like that. Every female in here who has been a manager or an owner of a company, you know I'm telling the damn truth.
And deal with it, nigga.
Every female in here. If you run a hair salon, if you run a restaurant, if you worked in IT, every single female in here who is or has been a manager, you know damn well if you had a team full of men, things got done, it was okay, things moved smoothly, and was nobody sitting up here throwing insults. Nobody was doing that at all. That wasn't happening. You didn't have men sitting up here talking to you crazy or anything like that. That wasn't happening. Wasn't happening. If you're a female, you know damn well they put a bunch of chicks in front of you, and you know they a bunch of hoes. What? Come on now, most of you females at your jobs, you know damn well that if you had a job with a bunch of females, most of these are hoes up in here. All right. Don't have a damn mail room. Don't work at a high-rise hotel. Oh, that's the worst. That's one. High-rise hotels, call centers, warehouses, folks at Amazon. Y'all know damn well. If you're a female manager, there's a bunch of hoes around me. It's like half the niggas in here done grip y'all butt cheeks. Every female standing in front of you, like I said, I'm so glad you took a shower before you came to work day. Half the niggas in this damn building done grip them butt cheeks. Nurses, the worst are the nurses at the hospitals. If you work in a hospital in America today, it ain't nothing but a medicinal whorehouse. What? If you work in a hospital today, if you work in a hospital in a large city today, you know damn well that ain't nothing but a triple X rated flick. That's all it is. You know it. The damn FedEx driver be up in there running through them. Why you think that nigga done showed up with 4 packages today? He waiting on the one he been waiting for her shift to start. Y'all change her damn shift. Okay, he done come back 4 times today. You know it. So if you're a female, like the women in here, any of you who've been the nurse on duty, if you're a registered nurse and you've been the nurse on duty, you know you can't make it with them hoes. You know damn well you can't make it with a single one of them heifers. If you work the night shift, that's your ass. If you are a female and you are the head registered nurse, you're the charge nurse, you know damn well if you work at night, that's your ass. Them hoes ain't gonna listen to a word you say. It's gonna be back talking, backbiting. They gonna wait for a doctor to show up, and it better be a male doctor. They don't give a damn about no female doctor, no female nurse. They talk to you like you a damn me CNA. You'll be a PRN, and them other chicks are the damn nurses in there talking to you like you a LPN. You know it. You ain't got no pull with a bunch of females. And you know damn well all of them run through hell. The hoes be showing up. The damn baby daddy dropped them off at the front door in her car. What? You sitting there looking through the window. You can see this nigga. It's like, okay, there's Pookie. Got 2 kids in the damn back seat. Don't look nothing like him. One real light. The other one looks half Chinese. Okay, ain't there one of them his. Maybe that little infant back there might be one of his. You look through the window, you see it. To the females in who are managers, you know when you see them hoes pull up in the morning, it's like, there it is. There it is. You know what you're looking at. And you know she gonna come in, she don't give a damn what you think. Now, if it was a man, it'd be different, but a room full of females, it's like, forget about it. Forget about it. It's a bunch of hoes sitting in front of you, and they ain't trying to take any instruction from you. Right, wrong, otherwise, they don't give a damn. They're not listening to nothing you got to say. The females in here know this. There's not a female in here who has been a manager that there was a female under her. I'm talking about in position, not in position. You never had a female under you who tried to outwork you. Those of you who became managers and supervisors, you were the hardest damn working female in that building. It wasn't none of the females under you working harder than you. You showing up on days off, they making up lies to not show up. You had all your materials you supposed to have when you come to the front door. Some of them hoes didn't have shoes on. Damn! Came to work and didn't have one crock on. She walking through the front door with a crock and a sock. Like, where's your other shoe at, baby? Oh, I think I left it in the car. You didn't know this? Don't tell me what these females do. So that's what they're doing in their 20s. You know she ain't headed for nothing but a messed up life. You know she ain't never gonna get ahead. She ain't never gonna win. When she was young and nubile and her face was fully fleshed out and didn't have a bunch of lines, hey, she a cute little thing. And she let every trashy ass nigga in Oakland grab them ankles. Then when she get 30 or 40 and the last train leaving done sat up in. Yeah, done left her to the side. All of a sudden then they start chasing them degrees. They start chasing them degrees then. They get in their 30s. I mean, they start fighting like Mad Max and Thunderdome to get some degrees. Okay, but she ain't got the work ethic to go with it, but she needs the degree so that somebody can give her an excuse to go ahead and hire them. Okay, then she gets hired and she don't stop what she's doing. It's like, okay, look here now, you got to give me that. You got to give me something here. I'm the only one with the degree. You got to give me something. Okay, so now the men wind up doing all the damn work. The men wind up doing all the work, and then she sits up here and is hanging out late. She's sitting up here getting drunk. Y'all take a look at that right there. Kamala Harris, this was her back in the old days, 30 years ago, with downtown Willie Brown in San Francisco. You take a look, got the drink in the hands. It's like, oh, all the way turned up. All the way turned up. I'm talking about smiling big. This man is married. She's sitting there taking pictures with a drink in her hand. You're like, that's right. Y'all can't do nothing but hate me. Y'all can't do nothing but hate me. Talking about merit. Sitting up here thinking you're going to shame them on merit. Come on, man. This is the Kamala Harris generation. All the hoes want an abortion. All the hoes are sleeping their way into to forget to get a promotion. They're just sleeping to keep their job. No, you can't get them to open up the employee's handbook or manual for anything on the job. She's like, look, nigga, I can do something with the manager you can't do. You fellas have to learn your damn job. I can take the boss off back here in this closet and I can get a raise. The men out there working their asses off got to keep the place open. The men have to keep getting their skills together. The females are like, nigga, I got a cheat code. I can go to the gym and lose 25 pounds. You fellas, I don't give a damn. You come through here like looking like Schwarzenegger. If you come through here looking like damn me, Ronnie Coleman, they gonna work you harder. Now, if the females come through the door looking all sweet and petite and sassy, they're gonna be like, oh boy, well, if she ain't looking like Gilbert Grape, they're gonna be like, oh, we can take it easy on you. We're gonna take it easy on you. So the female at the job, if the females go to the gym, they're going to take it easy on her. Fellas, you go to the damn gym, your muscles getting bigger. It's like, hey, nigga, pick up 3 more boxes. What? Hey, you look like you've been working out. Oh, good. Good. Go pick up 4 more office chairs. Here, matter of fact, stack these on top of him. Here, put this up on top of your head. See if you can balance that going up the stairs. That's what happens if we go to the gym and walk in the job. The females go, it's like, oh, baby, sit down. Let me just sit here. Y'all know that nigga at your job. This is why I told y'all for decades now, you got to watch out for these old niggas. You think Willie Brown was making her work? Hell no. He made the fellas at the job work. His little boo thing, all she got to do is be cute and show up once a week. The men did the work. The men do the work, fellas. You think I'm lying? It's like, yeah, he looking for another fella in there, throw 5 times the workload on you. And when she shows up, it's like, oh, baby, come to my office here and just come talk to me. She's sitting there in the damn... Folks, I've lived this. Every man in here who's been in a job, you live this. You know this old nigga. You've had a manager like this. The little cute female at the job be sitting in his damn office for 7 hours out the 8-hour damn shift. What? Y'all done, fellas, testify. Give me the alarm clock emoji in the chat room. If you've had a manager, the little cute chick, you watch through the damn door, that heifer been sitting in that damn chair for 3 damn hours. She comes to work at 8. She's sitting in his damn office laughing it up for 4 damn hours. Lunch break. She leave, half the time with him, come back at 1 o'clock, 4 more hours. Clock out. Come on, fellas. I got some females throwing clocks up in there. Like, yeah, I couldn't get that little heifer out of there. Come on now. It's a bunch of y'all. Y'all know that heifer? Y'all know her. You ain't going to get around that. You sitting up here steady trying to go to human resources and report it. Nigga, stop wasting your time. Stop wasting your time. Yeah, ain't going nowhere. That heifer come to work. And then they act like you did something wrong. If they actually have to put her at her desk so she does her job, she's sitting here mean-eyeing. Everybody getting mad at you. She's sitting there getting mad at you because she had to work for an hour. Then she be slow walking in. She coming through there angry as hell on her way to her desk. Now, you've been at your damn desk for 3 weeks now. Can't even go home. She been in his damn office partying and bull jiving for 3 damn hours. Somebody, the big boss come through. She actually got to go to her desk and she just slow walking. Like, heifer, if there was something for you to do at your desk, it's already late. She gets to her desk. She pick up 3 little old papers and flop them down. Well, I got to do this right here, son. She's looking around all crazy. She ain't even turned her computer on. If she does, it's just on solitaire. She looking around. She trying to figure out who snitched. Which one of these niggas did that? We was in there talking about real business and back this desk. She's sitting up here calling the other coworker. What are we even doing this week? What are we doing this week? She got to start all over again. It's like she's a new hire. Like she's a damn new hire. She looking at you crazy. It's like, heifer, don't you have a position? No, fellas, listen to me. If you at a job, the hoes are trying to get up in a different way from you. They don't give a damn what you don't like, what you don't think is fair. They do not care, man. No. They're expecting you to take care of that. So if you think that this is going to do anything but embolden Generation Thought, hell no. Practically every female, ladies, I got to read the mail tonight. Practically every female in here, ladies, you done did it. Oh, can we be honest with the fellas tonight because they ain't gonna believe me? To the women right now, ladies, if you done did that at the job, if you know you've been sitting in the boss's office, bull jiving in that damn chair, laughing at his cornball ass jokes, and you watching the damn time fly off the damn time clock up in there, give me the fingernail polish emoji. Ladies, if you done did that, come on now, just tell the truth one time. Tell the truth. Say, Jason, I know it's kind of raggedy, but tell the truth just one time. Tell the truth once. Tell the truth one time here. One time. That's all I'm asking. Just go ahead and put up the fingernail polish emoji. Just, you know y'all done did it. Kia, if you don't stop lying, you're a married woman now. You can stop the bull jive. Anyway, go ahead and throw that thing up, ladies, and let the fellas know, yep, we all crooked. We ain't holding it against you. We're not holding it against you, but go ahead and just tell the truth just one time. Let the fellas know, yeah, we all crooked, fellas. We all crooked. We all crooked. That's like me. I'm from Louisiana. I'm not going to sit up here and lie and tell y'all we ain't shady. For Southern hospitality, that is very true, but we shady as hell too. I'm from the state with Birdman and Lil Wayne. How am I going to lie to you? No, don't you see these good Christian missionaries? Okay, tell the fellas the damn truth just one time. Like, fellas, yep, we all crooked over here on the female side. We all crooked. We all crooked over here. Yes, sir. We all crooked over here. There's those of us who did it and those of us who got away with it. That's the only two groups there is. It's just those of us who did it and those of us who could do it longer. Them females be looking for that one manager. It's like, oh, this nigga ain't got nothing look like a female. Oh, hell. I can sit here and get his dumb ass to talk for hours. We can get him to talk for hours. This nigga, he gonna stay right where he is. Oh, this will work out great. Some of y'all done made whole damn careers out of it. Some of y'all done made careers out of it. I ain't mad at you. But I'm just saying, we know how you gonna vote this November.
What?
I ain't mad at you. I'm just saying we know how you gonna vote this November. Fellas, if you think there's a single female in here got a problem with throwing them kids into a damn neutral bullet, fella, you fooling your damn self. These chicks up in here, man, it's like, look here. If an abortion will get her a G-Wagon, like, let me stuff this little bastard in this Vitamix. Get this leg up in there. All right, put this cap down. All right, which one of these buttons turn up on him? Oh, he's kicking out the damn thing. Put it down. Strong little bastard. All right. Fellas, you got the game messed up. You do. Y'all don't understand. These chicks signify and sit up here and play these games in our chat rooms. They sit up here and virtue signal in the chat rooms here. I'll be damned if it was this many damn virtuous women in America, the marriage rates wouldn't be what they are, much less the divorce rates. No, we've got a bunch of virtuous females up in here.
Nigga, please.
Oh, ladies, I gotta tell like it is. Don't y'all understand, fellas? We've got a whole bunch of virtuous females and ain't nothing but virgins running around here in my chat room. It's nothing but a bunch of virgins here, fellas. Nope. These are all chaste, honorable women. Yep. Not a slut to be found. Not a single one. Stop making up lies. Not a single female in this chat room or listening to me live right now has any idea what a threesome would do to her hip flexors.
And deal with it, nigga.
Nope. None of these women, none of these females would ever do that. Nothing but honorable, virtuous, God-fearing women around here. Wife material straight up and down the line. So I just want you to understand, they got a whole different perspective on this Kamala Harris thing. They've been looking for somebody to show them, hey, look here, I can bounce back in my 60s. Fellas, do you understand what'll happen here if the hoes figure out, somebody starts telling them, hell, baby, 50 is the new 30. Take a look at Kamala Harris. She doesn't even have any biological children. I don't need no kids. Y'all calling us hoes, we can get elected president. Okay, fellas, I want you to just understand what's going to happen. I just want you all to understand exactly where this is going. I know what you tell yourself. I know what you're thinking. I know what you're hoping. I'm just letting y'all know right now, if Kamala Harris runs the damn tables, if she figures out a way to become president, if that wins, baby, it ain't gonna be nothing but Sexy Red and Lotto and Hot Girl Summer. Nigga, it's gonna be Hot Girl for summer for 4 years. They all gonna be on the damn White House lawn, twerking their BBLs, getting their gonorrhea medication. In the Lincoln bedroom, probably. I'm not even joking. Beyonce is giving music. Sexy Red is running around. I mean, they getting them hoes up before 12 noon to hit the campaign trail. Somebody said, Sukihana, dude, this is about to get ugly out here. It's about to get ugly. Believe me. You ain't seen nothing like it. I'm talking about every slut in America, and that's most of the females. This is where it comes back to bite us, fellas. If you think that women with awesome ass body counts is harmless, you're about to find out how harmful it can be. You sitting up here trying to make some damn purity argument or virtue argument. We can't vote for a woman with a body count of 20, and the chick you talking to got a damn body count of 50. If that heifer is on a timeline on Facebook, her body count is over 24. Stop lying to yourself. It's over 24. So just tell yourself whatever in the hell makes you feel better. Okay, that's perfectly fine. I'm just going to tell the truth about it here. I see what's happening. And if this woman gets elected, I'm like, oh, we entered a whole new damn world now. She already had, what's his name? It was Quavo. Yeah, she's already had like Quavo at the White House. Well, Jason, why does that matter? Because that's a short step to bring Sukihana and Sexy Red up in there. They gonna bring them in there for some vax that ass up or something. They gonna come up with some bull crap to bring them in for. They gonna find some bull crap to bring them in for, and nigga, that's a wrap. That is it. That is it. Oh, Cardi B twerking on the president's desk. Y'all can see that. They gonna try to hurry. She gonna hurry up, put that damn BBL on top of the damn president's desk so she can post it on Instagram. You ain't never seen nothing like this. Never seen anything like this. The Surgeon General ain't gonna know what to do. The Surgeon General, can you imagine the Surgeon General doing the damn STD test on that day, on Inauguration Day? Oh, can y'all imagine what Inauguration Day is going to be like? You thought January 6th was wild. What? Nigga, please. Oh, y'all thought January 6th was bad. You're going to be wishing for the old days. Can you imagine what's going to happen when they show up? You thought January 6th was a mess? With Trump, you wait till this gets kicked off. Can you imagine what it's going to look like on Inauguration Day? You think hoes won't wear a G-string in January?
Nigga, please.
It's going to be a bunch of chicks out there with their thongs on and their G-strings in January. In front of the Capitol building on the White House lawn. The slut walk has come to D.C. I'm not even joking. Oh, they're going to be out. They're going to turn into a damn block party. It's going to be a bunch of big back chicks out there and whatnot wearing their damn Timberlands and their denim overalls. With their voice sound like Idris Elba. I think I need an abortion. Why are you men trying to get in the way of my reproductive rights? Who the hell was reproducing with you? Who was the desperate bastard who did this? Because he's part of the damn problem. That's why we need to find him, because he's actually part of the problem. Yeah, we need to go arrest him or something, because he is clearly part of the problem. No, folks, I just want you to understand Kamala can win, and if she does, man, you ain't gonna see nothing like it. You ain't seen nothing like it. She is going to become a role model for hoes everywhere of every age To you fellas in your 40s and 50s, you thought these old heifers were tough to deal with before now? Can you imagine what's going to happen when these aged out, dried up ovaries got a new mascot? If Kamala Harris make it to the White House, they ain't going to say a damn, they ain't going to hear a damn thing from us. The chicks in their 50s going to be looking at you like you crazy. She know what she doing. She looking at you like you nuts. Nigga, you should be happy. A body count don't mean nothing. I could be president. Bunch of you older fellas here, I mean, you were already destitute before now, man. You ain't gonna be doing with this? What are you gonna do? Chicks in their 50s and 60s gonna be sitting here telling you, I don't give a damn about no freak Nick. I ain't bothered by that. You ain't gonna shame me. I can be president. Me and Kamala got a body count. So what? I want the fellas to understand how far this is gonna go. We've been sitting up here talking all this time about folks' sexual history. A totally out of control sexual history now. Hers is documented. I'm talking about niggas on top of niggas. These are just the ones we know about. You think we're going to be safe? You think the chick down the street going to be less wild? They going to see this, that's it, that's enough. No. You talking about, baby, you don't want to get a reputation with you going to school, you're getting the degrees. You're like, Kamala Harris got a reputation, she president. Why come I can't do that? Kamala is president, you telling lies. Okay. And you see old Montel there, he got his arm around two of them. I ain't mad at him. I find somebody else gonna be mad. I'm not mad at Montel. Do what you do. Do what you do. If you was in his shoes, you'd be doing the same. Look at him smiling. He's like, yeah, we know what she do. Downtown Willie Brown called me and told me, I know what she do. And I got this other one over here too. It's like, okay. I don't know who the other one is. I hope they know somebody related to him, but anyway. I hope not. I'm about to say, I hope that's not his daughter or something like that. I'm like, okay. Yeah, Montel, you could have grabbed a little bit lower on something there, bro. You a little bit too happy. A little too happy. Anyway. I know the one over there on the right ain't his daughter. I know the one over there on the right ain't his daughter. Okay. What's she doing there? What's the connection there? All right. Okay. I ain't saying nothing. I'm just saying. No, I'm just saying. Well, okay, can't he just hold his daughter's hand? If it was my daughter, I'd just hold a little pinky finger. All right, baby. Over here. I ain't mad at Montel. Back in the day, I'm like, okay, bro, do what you do. Do what you do. I ain't mad at him. But what I am going to say is I'll be damned. So 30 years later, them broads y'all was setting out back in the 90s. Now she gets to be commander-in-chief. I'm like, okay, and what is she talking about today? We need to do something about all these men out here. These men making too much money. All these men making too much money. Well, she didn't mind it back when she was getting the damn benefits of it. Now she like, I'll be damned. If Doug leave my ass, that's the end of that. She knows better. If Doug leaves her ass, that's it. That's a wrap. So, fellas, I'm just trying to let you know, hey, man, this is what we're up against now. Welcome to Generation Thought here. This is going to send a powerful message to a lot of females. No, you have never had females tell you that my body count don't matter. I can become president. That one ain't happened. That one has not occurred. Okay, for those of you who are too young, please remember, cheating on your wife was an automatic death sentence for a presidential candidate. Up until Bill Clinton. When Bill Clinton became president and had to admit he was cheating on his damn wife, but the rest of the women went along with it. They told Jennifer Flowers, sit your ass down, and they went along with it. That was it. Now it was okay to cheat on your damn wife if you were president. Or if you ever cheated on your wife, it was okay. Or if you were a divorcee, remember Ronald Reagan, you couldn't be a divorcee and become president. You couldn't have a divorce on your record and become president. Today, you can have divorces, abortions, side hoes in the White House. That's where we at. Okay, you couldn't do that before. So if Kamala Harris wins, before now you say I can be a hoe and be vice president. Now it's like I can be a hoe and go all the way to the top. What I'm saying is that we're talking about Kamala Harris in the context of Willie Brown. And he was obviously in the superior position. He was obviously the more powerful one. 3 decades later, the hoe is running the yard.
What?
So 3 decades later, she goes from being the hoe she goes from being the bimbo to being the boss. Do you get that? 3 decades later, she goes from being the bimbo to being the boss. And I just want y'all to understand, if she gets in that White House, oh nigga, is she going raw on everybody. Everybody. It's a good thing my passport doesn't need to be renewed for a few more years here, because she gave me hell that last time. Oh, I might not be able to get out the country. Niggas, stop asking me where I go and if I go this, that. I'm not going to answer any damn questions and tip them off about how I'm moving. Jason, when you left the country, I ain't left no country. No, I ain't left Shreveport. I don't know nothing about it. Niggas want you to sit up here and say a whole bunch of mess like, I've been down in Jamaica here and South America, Antarctica, so Kamala can go up here and start putting blocks on me. Oh, okay, so that's how you been getting over there to France. Oh, that's how you been doing it. Oh, okay, now we done figured it out. It's like, oh, okay. Yeah, little nigga, you got a passport. Yeah, next time you hop your ass up on Frontier Airlines, I got you. Yeah, we're going to hem you up in a place that doesn't have the Bill of Rights. No, I'm not telling you a damn thing. Stop asking me. I'm not going to tell you nothing. The people who don't like you work at Circle K. The people who don't like me are sitting in the White House right now running for president. That woman ain't never going to let me go. She was in 2020, in the middle of running for president. I put up the #1 video on YouTube. The #1 video on YouTube at that time was my video about why black people are not going to vote for Kamala Harris. And a month or 2 later, that was the end of her damn campaign. You think she ever going to let that go? You think if she makes it to the White House, you think she's going to let me off the hook for that? Oh, well, Jason, we're going to let bygones be bygones. I got bigger fish to fry. She'll be like, oh, no, grab this little nigga from Louisiana, throw his little shrimp ass in this damn pot and let me cook him up. She's like, oh, I got all kinds of levers people can't see. Oh, no, nigga, I've been waiting 4 years to give you the business. And it's going to be Monique Presley and all the rest of them hoes on Capitol Hill and all them sorority hoes. Don't you know they all going to gang up on me? Those of you who've been watching, you've seen it. You've seen those women on Capitol Hill coming at me. It's like, oh, if she getting charged, oh, nigga, I might have to move to Canada. I might have to move to Canada for the rest of her term. I'm like, oh, I ain't gonna get no peace. She got me right where she wants me. I'm gonna get audited every damn year. I might as well just not file no taxes. I'm going to get audited every year. Terrorist watch lists. Domestic dissident lists. Ain't going to be nothing I can do. It's like, oh, hell. No, the feds are already following me. Now they're going to start getting me. It's like, okay, now we can... She in charge now. He ain't got nobody to go to. We can do him how we want to do him now. Now we can get him. Mr. Bastard Baby Makers.
Auntie, chill.
You know they're going to send a bunch of big fat hoes after me, right? It's going to be like a bunch of big fat Secret Service females with badges and bulletproof vests. It's going to be that. Every time I leave, it's like, okay. As soon as you see them headlights come out the driveway, I'm going to get about a mile down the road. They're going to say something funny in there to let me know exactly what it is. Oh, well, you wouldn't want any bastard babies to catch you. Oh, boy. Here we go. Here we go. I just want you to understand where we're going here, fellas. Fellas, please understand. When you see Kamala Harris standing with Cardi B, I'm sounding like the book of Revelation now. When you see the beast standing where it ought not, when you see Cardi B and Suki Hana standing with Kamala Harris, nigga, it's a whole, forget the damn sexual revolution. That's old. That's over, man. What do you think is going to happen when you got them standing front and center with Kamala Harris? Man, they ain't going to want to hear nothing we got to say. Masculinity is going to be outlawed, man. It's going to be outlawed. It's going to be verboten. It's going to be forbidden. You think we're having trouble now? Oh, Simone Sanders? Oh, nigga, give it up. Give it up. If I come to D.C., see her big bald head ass in my damn rearview mirror? There y'all, nigga. I'm looking around, I'll be damned. Is that Simone Sanders? She hit my car. Got you now, nigga. And you know, I ain't gonna square off with her because that's gonna get ugly. I ain't squaring off with that. I can see her right now yanking my ass out the car. It's like overpowering me. You tell yourself you're gonna do that. You know, you grab him around the wrists and restrain yourself, young lady. Boy, nigga, get on me, nigga. Okay, got you up against. I'm backed up against the damn car. She throwing me across the hood, ragdolling me in the middle of D Street. And you know she taller than she looks on TV, so it's like, oh, hell, I got to get my arms around this? You sitting up here waiting for the police to do something. The police just sitting back there chewing donuts because they see who it is. Oh, that's that nigga from YouTube. Yeah, just leave him alone over there. We got orders. We got orders. This is where we at today. So I'm asking a fundamental question here tonight, and the telephone lines are now open. The number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. By the way, fair warning here tonight. I'm actually looking at just switching over to just using Zoom for when it's time to take calls or whatever. I'm looking at just using Zoom because there have just been outrageous amounts of trouble with Blog Talk lately. It's just become wildly unreliable. So fair warning, I'm looking at just going ahead and switching over to using just Zoom strictly for taking calls and stuff when it's time to do that. So be on the lookout for that. I'm probably just going to go ahead and just start doing that. So I don't know. Tonight might be my last night using Blog Talk to take telephone calls. If you want to call us, you can go ahead and do that. I'm asking for the fellas here tonight. Fellas, are you ready? Can a chick outgrow her past? Fellas, are we going to have to start conceding that the chicks are saying we can outgrow our past, that their past doesn't matter. Are you listening to what I'm saying? I'm not being hyperbolic. Look it up. I am not trying to exaggerate. I'm not trying to be entertaining here. Fellas, do you understand that the way that the ladies, the females are going to present this is Kamala Harris winning means my past doesn't matter. Do you fellas understand that that's going to be the narrative taken to social media, taken to the internet? My past doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what I did. Don't matter who I did it with. It don't matter if you got it on audio, video. It doesn't matter. My past is irrelevant. Kamala Harris is proof that my past don't matter. You fellas can just quit hating. Do you understand that? I'm just trying to give you the heads up. Then again, you might disagree. Therefore, the telephone lines are now open. The number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. Your personal access code to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. This is The Biz. I want to thank everyone who has contributed to tonight's program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo here. It's my man Prince Thomas. Thank you very much. New member, Uncle Moneybags, Logic Before Emotion, Shy Citizen, Jam, Cameron, everybody else here. Thank you very much for your support tonight. We appreciate that. Let me go ahead and see if I can jump over here to the telephone lines. Let me get caller from area code 646. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
It's Onan from Queens. What's up, Jason?
All right, Onan from Queens. What's on your mind?
So I think that a woman in her past essentially is just a way for her to justify all of her transgressions. And with Kamala Harris, the way that she even got into office with all these patronage jobs and her relationships with Willie Brown, who was a married man at the time, you know, and the fact that she wasn't castigated and she got all these patronage jobs throughout Alameda County and the Bay Area and throughout San Francisco. And now she's come out on a national level running for president, you know, and the media, I believe, is trying to paint this narrative of her being a young, energetic POC because they're trying to get her away from her past. You know, if you look at Matrice Richardson, you know, this is the woman that was that died under police. I think she died under police security, and Kamala didn't press any charges against Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department with Matrice Richardson.
Well, let me make an observation here. When we talk about Willie Brown, you said something about the media, but there was one aspect there you didn't mention, and I want to bring this to everyone's attention. Kamala Harris was helping Willie Brown. She was the damn mistress in public. And did you notice that not back then nor today have the women of America and society condemned her for that?
What?
Did y'all notice that? So let me get this straight. Y'all know, and by the way, let me back this up. Fannie the Mammy Willis. The women were not condemning Fannie Willis as the men. We were the ones calling out, I'll be damned, you know she cheating with a married man, right? The women ain't saying a damn thing. They're not defending Willie Brown's wife, and they didn't defend Fannie Willis's boyfriend's wife either. The females have been dead ass quiet. Man, I gotta say it right now. You chicks out here, y'all are cold blooded, and I've been saying it for years. The first thing y'all do is stab these folk in the back. There is no honor among the females today. I've been trying to tell folk, he's your man if you can keep him. He's your man if you can hold him. These other women will gun for your man in public, take pictures with his ass, and none of the others are going to condemn her. They giving her a pass. They will not condemn each other for this. Now, if the roles had been reversed,
what?
If Kamala Harris were the sitting politician and Willie Brown was the little young gigolo and Kamala Harris was married, why the women would be sitting up here ripping him apart.
Mm-hmm.
The women would be condemning him up one side and down the other. You chasing light-skinned hoes, you chasing married hoes. They would be ripping him to shreds. They would not be sitting quiet. All of a sudden, it's virtue and you messing up a happy home.
Yeah. It's just something I just can't get with. I just don't understand how the CBC and Jasmine Crockett can so full-throatedly support a woman who got on record. She's literally on the grill with Natasha Alford saying that she's not going to do anything that only benefits black people, right? What kind of constituency votes like that? But to get back to the topic as far as a woman running from her past, I hope not. Okay, I hope that the new generation of black people, Generation Z and Generation Alpha and millennials, I hope they hold these politicians' feet to the fire. I hope that every word that they say is held accountable. I hope that you and Professor Black Truth and the new black media keep doing what you do, and I love it. And I'll land there. B1. Dallas.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get a call from area code 951. You're on Live with the Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Rashad from SoCal, California.
Rashad, from where in California?
SoCal, California.
Okay, can we be a little bit more specific there, sir? That's a big hunk of geography. Which part of California you calling us from?
Sorry about that. Southern California.
Okay, let me try this one last time, sir. What part of Southern California you calling us from, sir? What city, sir?
I'm calling from Oceanside, California, sir.
All right, what's on your mind?
Okay, first off, this whole Kamala Harris thing, this is nothing new. I've already checked out Kamala Harris about 2 years ago while she was in office behind Joe Biden in the first place. And one of the things I noticed about Kamala was the fact that, she came from, the Hollywood industry. And if anybody knows how it goes out here in California and Hollywood, it can go down in Hollywood. And plus, I'm a 90s baby. And on top of that, from hearing about, women getting with men that are married and everything like that was nothing brand new. At the same time, it was like, if you were sharp enough to understand what you're dealing with in the first place, then everything should be good on your end. However, like you said before, a lot of women who actually knew what was going on between other women and whatnot too, the reason why, in my theory, I think why they didn't say anything was because if they were in the same position, they would all probably do the same thing, and
well, here's the thing. If she succeeds, then that opens up a whole new world of it. That, we can get away with doing that now.
You bet. Because when we were young, it was crazy, too, because I remember when I was younger, and these are the kind of things that we used to speak about in my peers when we were even just barely in high school, freshman year. We talked about politics and all that other stuff and whatnot. And one of the common things we did speak up, too, when it came to being president and whatnot, they said, well, what if we had a woman in charge? Guys like me, we was like, no, naturally it wouldn't work out. And other people would chime in too. We even had girls who came into the conversation. You were like, well, why wouldn't you think that, a woman would do a good job? And simply because of the simple fact of it's the emotion that you got to deal with. When you got somebody that's in power and that's very emotional, they don't think rationally. Therefore, you put everybody in the worst position, than ever before, And so
never forget how we got here. Please remember, I've been warning people about this for years, and I hope that this puts it in the proper relief. Politics is filled with nothing but a bunch of weak, limp, slack-jawed, cornball-ass beta males.
And deal with it,
Man,
nigga.
You see it. You see that every day. I mean, look at the situation with Drake. Even when Drake signed up to Young Money, I know I'm going off topic right now, but he's just an example. With Drake even signing up to Young Money, Drake was the kind of guy who kind of stick out like a sore thumb, and not in a good way. If you coming into an environment where, you got a lot of rough riders in the group, and you and Young Money, and here you are spilling in your rap songs or singing songs or whatever the case may be, on that sentimental stuff. Kind of find out, you was one of those kids coming up who didn't really have friends, you didn't have no swag, you wasn't cool, and now that you got money, you trying to do the most by talking shit about somebody's wife or somebody do, whatever the case may be. But, you know, like you said, dealing with a bunch of weak motherfuckers out here, this is the end result of what you get, you know. It's ludicrous.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. You know, I got to remind folks out here, politics is filled with a bunch of beta males, Gavin Newsom, Willie Brown, Barack Obama. These aren't alphas. Some of them are articulate, some of them are well speakers, but the bottom line is they kiss women's asses, and the women know it. Well, Jason, why is it then the women put them out front? Because whoever is out front has to take all the blame. So they don't have any problem sitting behind some beta dude who wants to run out front so long. Women are smart in that regard. If she can pull the strings behind the scenes, if it goes well, she gets all the benefits and none of the risk. If it goes badly, he gets all the blame and she moves on to another one. That's the way females play the game. If things go well, she sits behind the scenes and soaks up the benefits. But if they don't go well, you take all the bullets, you take all the arrows, and then she slithers on off to somebody else and you get stuck with it. Now, that's the only downside that Kamala could be looking at. But for her, it's all upside because there's nowhere else for her to go in politics. She's already been a prosecutor, a senator, vice president. She got to go for it. So she's got nothing to lose. But take a look at the tactics that got her where she is. Women know how to leverage betas. Most betas cannot hang around other men, so they go off into areas where their beta-ness, you know, men don't really want to get off in that messy stuff, so betas will get off in some messy things if it's nothing but if they're competing against a bunch of other betas. And the women are sitting there playing them like a fiddle. Kamala Harris should have never gotten where she is. A man who knew what the hell he was doing never would have boosted her that damn high. She ain't worth it. Everything she was doing for Willie Brown at the damn prosecutor's office, she would have kept doing it. He didn't have to give her anything beyond that. All you've really done is empower her to lord over you. And Kamala hasn't had a lot flattering to say about Willie Brown in a very long time. Matter of fact, she's had some unkind things to say about him. Dude, all you gonna do is empower her to come back one day and bite you. As long as she doesn't have the ability to act on it, she gonna talk sweet. As soon as she gets in a position to finally, hey, I'm the boss now, oh, she gonna give you the damn business. Especially if she been waiting for 3 or 4 decades. She's like, oh, nigga, I've been waiting since the Death Row Records era to get your ass. I've been waiting on you. Call from America 346. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, what's up, Jason? My name's Chuck, calling from Houston.
Okay, Chuck from Houston. What's on your mind?
Nah, I mean, I just, I agree. Kamala Harris is a nightmare, and she's definitely bringing a Jezebel spirit into the White House. I think, you know, she's definitely gonna bring that emasculated spirit to the community too, as far as like you said, bringing forward, like, you know, Meg Thee Stallion and all of these Jezebels, these 304s, you know what I mean, and trying to use them to try to influence the community or whatever, and kind of showcasing that kind of thing. That's pretty bad. It's a pretty bad look, you know. But I think, I think it's going to end badly. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think it's going to go to. I don't think it has a lot of road. You know, because somebody said something and it's true. If you take you look at where we're going overall, you take somebody like her, 90 days, right? She got 90 days to run for the White House. What happens if she wins? You know what I'm saying? She beats Trump in 90 days. I don't think them folks going to take too kindly to that. You know what I mean? And so I think the whole thing going to go south anyway.
Well, I don't think if she wins, there won't be a damn thing they can do about it. So that'd be the spot they would be in. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We're asking a simple question here tonight. Fellas, can a hoe be bigger than her past? Can she outrun her past? I'm talking about can the thoughts win? Can thoughts win? We've been talking all this time about how, your sexual history and this, that, and the other, and you got a reputation. Fellas, are we in the post-reputation era that it doesn't matter anymore? If you can be a straight up in the streets tabloid, photographs, videotape, heifer, cheating on men and this, that, and the other, your damn body count history is out there and you can become president of the United States. Fellas, is it over? Is it over? Does their past matter anymore? Because if it doesn't, cats need to really quit talking about that. Other than just to acknowledge, well, it doesn't matter anymore. But as far as like you pulling somebody's whole cards, keep telling yourself that. Caller from area code 321, you're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Antoine from Orlando.
Antoine from Orlando, what's on your mind?
You know what? And yes, hoes are winning. But I would say that there's conditions with that. And personally, I say they've been winning ever since Roe versus Wade, ever since that ruling. But the conditions I'm talking about, if you look at Kamala, I believe she don't have no kids. And to be honest, she kept her looks up pretty long. And she, another thing that I don't think you talked about, she has an Indian mother. And they're from Jamaica. My friend is from Jamaica. He told me there's a thing about Indian women. They call it white liver. That's like their hoish thing. And you best believe that mother schooled Kamala to get to where she's at, and you see the effects. She made sure not to have no kids. She made sure to keep her looks up, and she was smart enough to know that, hey, I can get the best bang for my buck by going after these dark-skinned, simp niggas in the Senate. And look where it got her. Look what it got her. And I personally think the Democrats always wanted her to be president. They knew they couldn't do it the normal way. Because I always wonder, why would they put freaking Biden there? They want new body could die any second. This is the only way they can get her in there without doing it the normal way. What would you say?
Well, certainly a lot of people who have suspected that. I don't think that was exactly what it was. I think that Joe Biden was connected and he understood that, and he got together with Jim Clyburn. And that was the connect right there. So while everybody was watching Iowa and New Hampshire, Joe Biden already got clicked up with Jimbo Jangles Clyburn. And he was like, okay, we're going to knock it out of the park after South Carolina and keep rolling. And that's the way it worked because he's been a political operator for decades. Everybody else fell to the wayside after that because it wasn't really, he sucked all the oxygen out of the room after that. So it was a smart move to make. He chose Kamala Harris for two reasons. Number one, he knew that there were going to be some chicks coming out at him. And she was perfect. If you get her on the side, she's going to defend him, so that shut that down, and that's exactly what it did. And secondly, she was not liked by the previous political establishment. So the Obama political machine replaced the Clinton political machine. Kamala Harris was cool with neither one of them. Neither one of them had a liking or preference for her. So Joe Biden had the ability to build his own power structure separate and apart from that Clinton political machine that Obama overthrew, and the Obama political machine that Biden, was able to win but not quite overthrow, because now you can see the Empire Strikes Back. So that's what Kamala was there for. She wasn't owned by the Clintons or the Obamas. And it was a smart move to make. Donald Trump has chosen J.D. Vance for the same purpose, for the same reason. He's not part of the old school of the Republicans. He's not part of the old school Republican country club. Nativist, white supremacist tendencies, alt-right tendencies notwithstanding, he's not a part of that Mitch McConnell wing of the party. He's not part of that. He's a young cat. He's not mobbed up with any of them. So that's why Trump chose him. And that's the reason that Biden chose Kamala Harris. You're seeing people now choosing their vice presidential running mates, not based on the political party, but based on that person's allegiance to him personally. And Kamala Harris, she didn't have another horse to ride. There was no reason to mob up with Obama. He can't do nothing for you. And he's not going to. No reason to mob up with the Clintons. Trump already put that to bed. So Joe Biden was the only one running. And if we pull this off, you going to be my broad. You going to be my bottom B. And that's exactly what the hell happened. Now, what Biden did not consider, because he got the party to go along with it because now, and by the way, he said this, that, well, originally I was only supposed to serve one term. He said this last week, for those of you who don't know. He said it last week. Well, I was only supposed to serve once, but the situation was so bad. I didn't realize how bad the situation was that Trump got us into. So that's when I realized that I had to stick around. Well, that's a classic political bait and switch. You got the party to support you for one term, and during that 4 years, he was supposed to help the party find somebody to replace him. But he didn't do that. And he was telling you, oh, there's a COVID, there's a pandemic, there's wars in Russia. Y'all, I ain't got time to help you get Gavin Newsom raised up right now. I got to take care of all this business. Next thing you know, it's 2023, and he's talking about, oh, we ain't got nobody. I guess I got to run again. And that's when they said, we ain't going to, no, you ain't running nothing except running out that White House. And Nancy Pelosi told him 2 weeks ago, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. That's what they're reporting now. She called him in his place and told him, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. You can walk out the easy way or you can walk out the hard way. That's what she told him. So there's been some machinations. He's negotiated for a bag, so on and so forth. But the bottom line is he was not supposed to be going for re-election. When he made it clear he was going to do that, now you're stuck with Kamala because he was supposed to be helping them get somebody in place to replace him for 2024, and he didn't do it. So you're actually stuck with her now. So that was not the plan. The plan was that the Biden administration, him and his vice president, would get moved aside. And that didn't happen. So now they just got to make the best they can of it with her because they can no longer, to knock her off now, you'd have to be so blatant with it that you're going to splinter the party. So you're stuck with her now. So she's been part skill, but a lot of luck and just sitting there and being quiet. And if she pulls it off, this will be one of the biggest political accidental victories in history. And the hoes will be winning.
Yeah. I want to go back to your point when you was talking about how women are like that. I would go further that women learned this at high school. I remember all the high school girls that were cute would try to get with the teacher or the coach that happens to be the cute. High school. So you're definitely right. I worked at call center, so I've seen it. I used to kill it. I was dying laughing when you was talking about how that one girl is always in the office. Oh my God, this one manager always had all the cute girls, and then you never see them working. They're always in that office. There was always rumors with HR, but she ain't gonna say nothing, and he will always be in there. So you're definitely right about that. You're definitely right.
Well, the bottom line here is that females find out early that men lose their damn minds for sex. I mean, not even getting sex. You show a little cleavage and a little thigh. Females figure out early that, wow, this makes a completely different reaction out of these males to anything else. They watch sports. They watch cars. They don't respond to any of that the way they do to sex. They lose their damn minds. And as soon as females see that, they realize they got leverage, and once they got leverage, it's like, oh, let me see how far I can go with it. Next thing you know, you sitting at the job doing overtime, and she's been sitting in the boss's chair now for 9 hours. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get call from area code 940. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from? Caller from area code 940. Hello? You're on live.
Hey, what's up, Jason? This is Santos. I'm calling from Las Vegas.
All right, Santos from Las Vegas. What's on your mind?
Hey, man, I was just listening to you, man. This is going to make a lot of women, particularly black women, feel like being a whore is not bad. And then I'm thinking about young girls. I'm thinking about junior high and elementary school girls. They're going to take this as like it's going to be like a generational thing where these young girls are going to be whoring at young ages, and it's not going to be shameful. There's going to be no morals. If Kamala wins, it's going to change the world for black women. All these single whores, strippers, porn stars, all of them are just going to feel empowered. Jason, on the low, Kamala is like Thanos. Where she gets all the stones and snaps her fingers, all whores are powerful. We need the Avengers We need Captain America throwing shields, Doctor Strange, Thor throwing hammers. We gotta stop her at all costs.
You know, in 2022,
real,
folks were talking about the red wave in 2022. We might be looking at the whole wave of 2024. Damn! I want y'all to understand that. We could be looking at the whole revolution of 2024. I'm so serious in what I'm saying right now. I can see it on college campuses, sororities, Instagram. This is that moment right there. Just all I can say is, like, when you get into the Red Pill and the Kevin Samuels era and whatnot, the females, all the hoes out there been like, oh, we've been catching hell for just 3 little old years. Now, they've been ruining the world for 5 decades, but 3 or 4 little years is too much. They would do anything to switch that momentum back, bro. They would do anything to switch that back. So if she allows that, oh, here comes the shade room and every damn body else. I'll let you have the last word.
Hey, I'm single. I want to have a girlfriend, a wife one day. I guess that's out. The women I meet are going to screw my friends. She's going to screw everybody, and it's not going to be any problem. There's going to be no loyalty. I mean, we got to stop her, man. We got to go back in time and catch Kamala when she's younger and stop her to like the X-Men do to stop the Sentinels. I mean, I'm thrown off, man. Thanks for letting me talk, man. Thank you.
Thank you for giving us a call tonight here. Like I say, fellas, I mean, can you imagine that? I mean, the hoes are going to be celebrating. All you fellas out there, you want to date a doctor, you want to date a lawyer, you want to date a chick with a degree, and they're going to be outright just telling you now, nigga, you crazy. What? A body count don't matter. Body count don't matter. She done got laid out like a fajita at El Poco Loco, and she telling you that don't matter. I got my degree. I got my degree and I got my job, and body count don't matter. What does it matter if all your friends done seen her butt booty naked? She's waving around her degree and telling you need to get over it. Caller America code 812. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yes, this is Felicia in Indianapolis.
All right, Alicia in Indianapolis, and what's on your mind?
Yes, this is... I'm calling in because I've listened to you off and on for a little while. And I just wanted to call in. First of all, I'm not voting for Trump or Kamala. But I'm calling in because I really want to understand when you use the word hose, and I don't talk like that, but who are you referring to?
I'm referring to hoes.
Okay, who are these people?
Okay, if a hoe got to ask, that's a.
You can say whatever you want to. I'm a married
woman.
Whoa,
slow down. Okay. Hit dogs hollering. Hit dogs hollering. Nobody said. Nobody said.
Telling a lie.
Nobody said you were a hoe, but hit dogs hollering. Calm down. You're really triggered. Nobody said you. Nobody said you. But if you're getting upset, I mean, nobody said you, ma'am. I'm hosting my program. I was answering the question. You interjected, so. Just saying, if hit dogs, please calm down. Now, when you say who are you talking about? A female who has sexual proclivities and a rep that demonstrate that she leads with her sexuality.
And so that's all the women that's in the world or in America. All the black women in America, that's who they are, right?
Okay, who said that? Tell me exactly who said that.
You are not differentiating.
Okay, second try. Who said that? Tell me, quote the person who said it. Don't tell me anything else. Quote the name of the person who said what you just said.
Why can't you talk about...
Okay, third, we'll try this one last time. Quote the person who said what you just said.
You just keep saying hoes. I'm trying
to
understand
and then you said, so that's all the black women in America. Who said that?
I'm asking you, who are they?
No. I'm asking you, who said that was, quote, all the black women in America? Who said that?
Nobody said that.
Okay, then don't lie and say no. If you're not going to quote somebody, don't make up something. You can ask a question, but don't say something as if it's a fact. Nobody said that except you. Hit dogs screaming their asses off. This is not a good look. Just saying, this isn't a good look.
You could say whatever you want to about me.
Well, let me find out here. Why are you so concerned about hoes? Let me find it out. Why are you so concerned?
Because I think you are. It's not even about HOEs, okay? Because I don't use that kind of language.
Why not?
It's not even about that. It's about because it is the way that you are, the stuff that you're doing online. You're putting all this venom in people's hearts. It is disgusting.
Why is it bothering you?
Men.
Why is it bothering you?
Because you're destroying. You're destroying our community. And I'm not sure why you're doing that.
Why do you think that hoes are synonymous? Why do you think hoes are synonymous with the community at large? Why do you keep saying that?
I don't know. No, I'm not saying.
Yeah, you did. Yeah. You said it several times now. Yes, you have. You said it several times now. You keep associating hoes as being the community, the black community at large. Why do you keep saying that?
You can say whatever you can try to do whatever you want to.
I'm repeating your words. I'm repeating your words.
Okay.
That's not semantics. I'm repeating your words. That's not semantics, ma'am. You might want to look up the definition of semantics. Repeating your words is not semantics. I'm repeating your words.
The thing that you're doing with your words, whatever, it doesn't matter. All I'm saying is this is so counterproductive. And not only that, you are sowing so much venom and hatred into these men's hearts.
Okay, do you think hoes are a positive thing?
No, I don't.
Then why are you defending it?
What you're saying is you're saying that. Do you want me to talk or you want to go ahead?
Why are you so upset about, if hoes are not a positive thing, why are you so defensive of them?
Because you are when you say these words and they go over the airways, okay? When a lot of these men that's listening to you, a lot of them, that's what they see when they see women. Okay? They don't see women. They're listening to you, and then when they see women, no matter what type of woman it is, it could be, that's the first thing that they see. If she doesn't act the way that he believes that she should act or feel how he wants her to feel or respond the way that he wants her, that is what he is going to attribute her to.
Okay, well that's very insulting. That's very insulting and disingenuous to say that. Why is it that these men simply haven't come to that conclusion on their own through their personal experience with women in real life? Why can't that be there? Everybody that calls in, most people that call in, these men that you're poisoning, they all say the same thing. They can't even differentiate a woman from an HOE. Okay, ma'am. Okay, second try. Why is it that it can't be that these men are observing it on the streets on their own? Why can't that just be it? How do you know that's not it?
No, your words reinforce things, okay?
Okay, so it's not what they see that does that? So the women they meet every day, that's not what's doing it? So you're saying what the men see on the street every day, that's not what's doing it. Some guy on YouTube is doing it. What they're seeing on the street, however, is not confirming that's not creating somebody else is.
Okay, I'm not saying that there are not some women out there. I'm not saying that, okay? I see it.
Some.
I don't even deal with certain types of women because it is
clearly you do
is bad. No, I don't. I don't.
She's literally calling up to defend hoes around the world, talking about what she doesn't deal with. All right.
Excuse me?
You're literally calling up to defend all the hoes in the world and then saying, I don't deal with certain women.
I am not doing that. I know that there are women out there. I don't like sexy reds. I don't like all these people. I think these people are disgusting.
Okay, are those hoes? Are those hoes?
It looks like they are.
Okay, then,
But
is it wrong? So is it wrong to call them hoes? Okay, is it wrong to call those hoes? What's wrong with calling those hoes?
I think this is what I'm saying, Jason. I'm not saying
I asked what's wrong with it. Okay, let's answer that one. What's wrong with calling those hoes?
Because nothing's, I personally wouldn't call it anybody. I mean, it's just derogatory. I think it's counterproductive. And I'm not saying you don't have to deal with women that are loose or women that are sleeping around. But it seems like your whole thing is calling women all kinds of names.
Okay, so I'm calling women names. I'm not calling hoes names. Now you're calling women, so you're conflating hoes to all women.
No, I don't. It sounds like, to me, when I listen to it, it sounds like it's a blanket slate for me.
Hit dog, hollering again. Things that were never said, and you keep doing that. So this hit dog is barking.
No, you're telling a lie.
You're not quoting me.
I'm happily married.
Oh, ma'am, you're not quoting me.
My husband is at work right now.
Yeah, of course. Well, y'all see how she tried to shut that one down? Because I'm like, I'm happily married. Put that nigga on the phone. He's at work right now. Okay.
No, my husband is at work.
Wink, wink.
I would not be on. I would not be. No. You can say whatever you want to. Okay. I'm telling you, I'm just very hurt by how a lot of this stuff is. You guys have started using this social media and destroying our community.
Well, that's very derogatory. For a person who doesn't like derogatory negative things, you've said nothing but a string of derogatory negative things about me. So very clearly that doesn't bother you.
I have not. I'm just saying the stuff that you guys are saying, it's wrong.
That's negative and derogatory, ma'am. That was a negative and derogatory statement you just made, ma'am, towards somebody else.
You can say, but I'm not calling you out of your name.
Yes, you are.
I'm not calling you out of your. I am not.
You just said I'm spreading venom.
I just said the things that you're doing is wrong.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, the things you're doing is wrong. That's a very negative statement about me.
Because anybody can say when you're using those types of words.
Okay, what type of women do you think should be condemned?
What type of women do why? I don't.
Okay, second try. What type of women do you think should be condemned?
You asked me a question. I'm trying to formulate the words from my heart. Okay, I'm not trying to. I'm just because I don't do this. I don't call people or anything like this. But it's really hurting to hear how bad off our community is, how we are tearing each other down. And I will say this. If you want me to answer the question, you can ask the question again, and then I'll have a statement after that.
Okay, but you're a Kamala Harris supporter is who you are.
No, I am not.
Yeah, you are.
I am not even voting. You are. No, I am not.
Tell me what you don't like about Kamala Harris. Tell me what you don't like about her.
Well, I will tell you why I'm not voting.
No. Tell me what you don't like about Kamala Harris.
I don't follow her.
Okay, then why would you not? If you don't follow her, then why would you not vote for her?
Because first of all, I don't agree with the abortion stuff. I don't agree with I just don't agree with a lot of the stuff.
The abortion stuff. I don't know what that means. Okay, I don't agree with the abortion stuff. What does that mean? What does that mean?
I don't agree with the homosexuality stuff. I don't agree with the abortion. I don't agree with the fact that the Asians were able to get, whatever that law passed. I don't agree with any of that. Okay, I don't agree with any of that.
And do you have a problem with Kamala Harris sleeping with a bunch of married men to get up in the world?
You know what? I am instructed by God.
That was a yes or no question.
Hold on, let me finish.
That was a yes or no question.
Let me finish. I'm answering your question. I have been instructed by God as we are in this era, the social media era, to get as close to the source as possible. I don't get on here and listen to people say things. I don't care. If I haven't read it, I don't have the sources, I am not following it. I don't care.
Ma'am, I asked you what you think of that. I asked you, what do you think of it? I didn't ask you what you heard. I asked you, what do you think of it? I
can't answer that question because I don't know that.
Okay, what would you think? What would you think of a female who was sleeping her way into political office to get favors? What would you think of that?
I don't think that that's the right thing to do. No,
why not?
Do that.
Why not?
Because it's wrong.
Why is it wrong? I don't think a woman should be. I don't think a woman should be sleeping with any. Why is it wrong? Okay, why is it wrong?
Because a woman, people, if she's sleeping with someone, that's wrong. Your body is sacred. I believe your body is sacred. Okay.
And yet she's offended. And yet she's offended when you talk about hoes.
I don't think. Excuse me.
And yet your body is sacred, and yet you're offended and defensive for hoes who do not keep their body sacred.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
That's what you're doing.
I am not defending anybody. I'm saying I think the way that you are speaking to these men, and you can hear it I can hear it when they are calling in, talking to you, and they're repeating back everything that you say. Not only that, Jason, you are a very smart man. You know that if you repeat things over and over and over and over and over, you know what type of effect that's going to have on people. And so what's happening is these men that you're talking to, when they see women, if that experience or that exchange is not favorable, that is what they're going to, Jason is right. Just because a person didn't want to speak to you or whatever, or didn't want to have a relationship with you, give you their number or whatever. I used to deal with that when I was a girl.
Well, the issue is you're not a man. You're not a single. Okay, stop. You're not a single man evaluating women today as a mate. So how in the world are you going to try to speak for what men are actually seeing and claiming that they're all just brainwashed by some person online? You're not a man trying to get a female mate today. Where's your credentials to speak on what men see?
Well, this is what I'll say, Jason. I don't have to know that, but what I know that is if you pound someone with a message over and over and over and over again, and just a tiny little bit of negative experience or
so you're ignoring what I just said there, which is you're not a man. You are not a man. How are you going to try to discount what these men are not repeating me? They're telling you what they see in their daily lives. How are you going to dismiss that?
You can say that if you want to.
They're the ones saying it. You don't like it because they're telling you, hey, Jason is only repeating what we see on a daily basis. That's what the men are saying.
This culture that we're living in, it seems like so many of us have completely fallen in, and this is so
Ma'am, there are literally hundreds of YouTubers out there who can say the exact same thing. Nobody's okay. The men are ignoring the overwhelming. Ma'am, be quiet. Men are ignoring the overwhelming majority of YouTubers. The overwhelming majority of channels have no views whatsoever. So no, people just repeating, and they post every damn day. I only come on once a week. They post every day. Men are routinely ignoring the majority of these people. So no, somebody just repeating it over and over again is not some Svengali Pied Piper flute that just brings people in. People only listen to what resonates with them, and what resonates with them most is what they live and see with their own eyes. And they take a look at, they go to YouTube and say, finally, somebody there who gets what I see every day. That's the part you don't like.
Okay, it's not that I don't like it. If that's what you believe and that's how you feel like this is going down, then I'm going to.
It's not what I say. It's what the men say. Why don't you just acknowledge that? Why don't you just acknowledge that the men that this is what the men actually see. This isn't what somebody told them. This is what the men actually see every day in every city in America, and they're responding to that. Why don't you acknowledge that reality?
Yeah, you're right. Let me ask you this then, Jason. When you, when you go into business and all these different things, you want to, have a good life or whatever. Don't most people tell you that you should always deal with positivity? You're in business.
No.
You have people that talk about.
No.
Hold on,
No.
let me finish. Okay, I guess I can't finish, but.
You said, don't people tell you should deal in positivity? No. I'm answering the question now. No.
I'm probably not using the right words, but like people, you should envision certain things. You should use positive affirmations. And even the Bible says this too. It says, speak those things that be not as though they were. If we're constantly saying stuff out of our mouth, and we're constantly, and the Bible also says that faith cometh by hearing, and hearing by the word.
Okay,
of God.
Ma'am, if positive affirmation was a real thing, please explain to me why most of the people who go to a casino lose everything.
Okay. Whatever goes into your ear gates, your heart,
second try, ma'am. If talking things into existence and talking positively actually works, why is it that most people who go into a casino lose? Shouldn't most of them be winning?
I understand what you're saying. That's not true, but I'm saying, do people?
Wow.
Say
okay,
that about,
ma'am. You just said
business?
if you're a positive and you speak things as if they were true, then most people who go into a casino would walk out winning if that were a factual statement. Obviously, it's not because you can't defend it.
That probably wouldn't be true. But do you believe that whatever you meditate on, whatever you feast on in terms of what you see all the time, what you hear all the time, isn't that going to get in your heart?
No. What sticks with you is what you make into a habit. Not what you think, not what you think, but what you do. I did not achieve my credit score by thinking positively. I achieved it by, I did not achieve it by focusing on the quote positive. As a matter of fact, I achieved it by doing the exact opposite. I focused on the hardships. I focused on the difficulties. I focused on sacrificing. Positive thinking had zero to do with it. Hard work and focus and focus had everything to do with it, not positive thinking or positive quote affirmation. It was positive work.
Cool right, that's cool. Because I believe in actions too. I believe in I read a lot of books. I just got finished.
There you go.
Atomic Habits.
She just said that reading a book is an action.
My main source is God. Okay, so excuse me. Okay. But I'm just saying,
faith without works is what? Faith without works is what?
Yeah, it's dead.
Oh,
yeah.
What do you know? Positive affirmation actually is not the corrupted thing you tried to characterize it as. We just debunked that. You're welcome.
Well, I'm not. It doesn't really.
Wow. Okay. Well, she said that Bible is troublesome. That Bible's troublesome now.
Listen, I'm not doing the tit for tat. Okay?
Now that Bible is troublesome now.
Careful.
There you go.
All I'm saying is we need to be more. Have more responsibility as leaders in our community. You are obviously a leader to so many men, and
it's very disrespectful to tell men that they're what they observe every day is irrelevant, and that you're going to tell them that what they see every day isn't really what they see. It's just a product of listening to somebody on the internet. That's very disrespectful to do that.
I have two children. My daughter is I have a daughter that she's married. Then I have another one.
What size does she wear?
Both of my children are small, and I'm small too. Sorry, you got the wrong one. My husband don't go for heavy women.
No,
Sorry.
baby, no, baby. I
Sorry.
can hear the moo flapping in the breeze.
Sorry.
It's just no.
You can say whatever you want.
No, baby.
You can say whatever you want.
I can hear your rompers bunching up now.
You can say whatever you want, Jason. You can say whatever you want. You can say whatever you want.
I can hear you. I can hear your sweatpants from here.
Very, very shapely. Always have been. Okay, and I'm not talking about on the heavy side.
Lizzo stunt double incoming.
You can say whatever you want. Okay, that is not true. Okay, what I'm saying is my daughter told me that she was at the gas station and some guy came up to her and he was like, "Wow, you're so beautiful." And he asked her, "Is she Caribbean?" Like that, and she said, "No, I'm black." And he walked away. And my daughter is a very, very sweet person, very kind. She's not out there doing this and that. She just thought it was weird. She don't know because she doesn't even do.
There's only one problem. There's only one problem with what you just said. The problem is you're the one saying it. That's the problem.
No, my daughter told me that.
No, your daughter's not on the phone. You are. So
no,
you're saying
I don't lie. I don't have
you're
to lie
saying that happened. The only problem is they're not saying it. But the bottom line is men do not get their ideas from me. They get their ideas from what they live and observe on the streets, and all they do is come back and report, "Yeah, Jason, this has been my experience." So instead of disrespecting men and telling them that that's not really what they see, why don't we start acknowledging, okay, this is what the men actually see, and let's see what we can do about it.
Okay.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Yeah, folks, what the men actually see, that's not actually happening. By the way, you know, there's one thing. I've told you all this for years. Women don't call me up. I don't sit here and tell them, no, that ain't what's happening. Or they don't see what they say they see as a group. If they say they see that, it's like, okay, you see that. The next only thing we go into is, why do you see that? When they talk to men, they tell men, that's not what you see. That's not what's happening. The men are calling up, giving their experiences, and you got women like her calling up saying, that's not what's happening. You're just listening to those internet people. That's not really what you're seeing. You're not dealing with that on a daily basis. These men are telling you, I'm seeing this on a daily basis. She's calling up telling you, no, you don't. You don't see that. Now, if you told her that's not what women see, that's wrong. You're being negative. But for the men, you don't see that. Women aren't treating you that way. That's not what's happening. That's not happening to you. Why are you calling them hoes? They're not hoes. I see a bunch of hoes out here. They're acting like it. Can you define it? I sure did. Well, that's not what you see. There's a few of them out there. That's not the majority. There's just a few. Coming from me, the plus size married woman who isn't out here on the streets, she talking like that because it's like, yeah, they're united in trying to bamboozle men and brainwash them and whatnot and just tell you, okay, that's not really what you see. He's telling you what you see. No, it isn't. No, that's not real. Why don't they listen to me? That's the reason why. No men are going to sit there and listen to some chick tell them that what they just saw and experienced for the last 10 years, that's a figment of his imagination. He's just, all the women you met, they're all really good women. You're just the one who's wrong. All you men are just misinterpreting it. Everything's fine. You're just misinterpreting it. Nobody ever tells the women that they're misinterpreting it. For the men, you sit up here dealing with it on a daily basis and somebody's calling you up and telling you that's not happening. Caller America code 803, you're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
What's up, Jason? It's Rich from Charlotte.
All right, Rich from Charlotte. Which Charlotte, sir?
Charlotte, North Carolina.
All right, Rich from Charlotte. What's on your mind?
Appreciate your program today. You brought up perspective I didn't even think about. I thought all the reasons against Kamala, but this, I don't know how I'll let this escape, but just to the point, how do you think Kamala can win if, like, I don't see her getting enough of the white vote, and I don't see her getting enough, like, black men's vote, I don't understand like what base she could have unless Trump messes up that bad, like he says something egregious. But he seems like he's been doing a decent job, like laying back compared to especially like what we expect from his past presidency.
Okay, look,
like with the tweeting.
I want you all to understand something. What we do here is not indicative of the sentiments or the mentality of the society at large. Most people are not aggressive. Most people do not have sharp political views. Most people are malleable. Most people are passive. So you see, people say that we're influential here, but yeah, that's because we're kind of polarizing. We take hard positions. The majority of the society isn't actually like that. Now, they can be influenced by some, bullied by others, but the bottom line is they're not like this. So you cannot listen to what we're doing and how we're doing it, maybe even with yourself. You can't assume that your sensibilities are indicative of the society at large. Go through the drive-thru at Wendy's. That's your fellow American. Go at the checkout lane at Walmart. Are those a bunch of pointedly intellectual and politically polarized individuals? Or are those individuals voting for whatever petty thing they're thinking about today? Those are the masses. I know, a little depressing, but yeah, that's it. The folks who showed up on January 6th for Trump, that's the hardcore wing right there, man. But guess what? They all showed up in one place on one day. But they are not indicative of the society at large. For example, remember, I'm only going to do this once, you all. I don't do this very often. I'm only going to do this once here tonight. For those of you who don't like the political part of it there, I'm not going to go into it very long. But there's a reason why when I made that hashtag cut the check, I had to do that because I had no problem telling people reparations need to be cash payments. But the majority of people did. When they were outright asked that question, they got bashful. They started shuffling their feet. I realized across the nation on television, I was listening to people stop them in their tracks by when they say, we want reparations, and all Bernie Sanders had to do is, what do you mean by reparations? He had worked with his people. All these politicians work with their people and realize, yeah, if you hit them up, they're going to be afraid to say cash. So you can shut them down. You don't have to tell them we're not going to do that. Just confront them and tell them, okay, well, what do you mean by reparations? And then they'll back down. Once I gave them a method that made it popular for them to say it, then they stopped doing it. But it wasn't because that's where they naturally went. Naturally, they were trying to go along to get along. And if they saw that the people they were talking to were uncomfortable with that, they did what people naturally do and try to make them more comfortable, even if it's at your expense. So the majority of people, that's the way they truly operate. Why do you think there are panhandlers on every corner, man? Because if you bum people and nag them long enough, they'll just, okay, just here, whatever you want, just get out of my face. That's society at large. That's it, right there. It's not like you. So we have to keep that in mind. That doesn't mean we stop doing what we're doing. We have to understand that that's the way most people really are, and don't assume that they are as pointed and assertive as you and I are, so that when you start speaking about them and why are they doing X, Y, Z and what you think will or won't happen, understand you're not sitting there with them when they go in that voting booth. You're not sitting there with them when they're considering what to do in that regard. You're not sitting there with the little hoe at Spelman with her second bastard kid, only this guy said he ain't sticking around. And she's like, ooh, we better keep some abortion. These niggas ain't good. They ain't no good. So she'll be sitting there rah-rahing with you at noontime and walk in there and pull that lever to defend her sexual behavior. Because that's the most important thing to her right now at 25. When she gets 35 and completely run through and she can't get a man to answer the phone, then it's going to shift to economics and pay off my student loans. And you see, that's actually the natural cycle of things. So that's why examining people in the way in which you're talking, it works for you because that's the level of evolution you've gotten to. In reality, that is not the way the majority of people operate. They are not politically sharp. By that, I mean politically pointed. They're not politically on far to one side. Not most people. About a third are one way or the other. And then there's this blending part kind of in the middle, which kind of bleeds over into the thirds, actually. And that's where your population is. As even with them seeing things like that. For people like you and me, you start talking about abortion, I say we check out. I don't need to hear anymore. That's not the way the majority of the society operates. As crazy as it is, as heinous as it is, that's not the way they operate. They operate on their self-interests. And their definition of what's a critical self-interest is not necessarily going to align with what yours is.
And you're 100% right on that, because I've always thought overly critical, and then until I found your channel, started listening to your broadcast, like the things you're saying are things that I've always thought, and I bring those things up, and then I don't even bring them up anymore because nobody really wants to hear it. So I'm not really sure the best way to amplify, this message, within my group. Some people are receptive. Some people eventually become more receptive over time if you just try to not be as harsh with it. But that being said, who do you think would be her base, though? It's just hard to see, the people, because if they didn't vote for Hillary, then why would they vote for Kamala if it's against Trump?
Because Hillary Clinton had 20 years of negative baggage. Kamala Harris has been laying low, laying in the cut, and she hasn't done anything to offend people. She just hasn't done a whole lot to ingratiate them to her. The bottom line, though, is that there is a strong Donald Trump is very abrasive, and has given the Democrats new life and emboldened them was what he did after he almost got killed. Everyone was terrified. Ben Shapiro spoke about this. Megyn Kelly spoke about this. After that bullet whizzed by him the week before you getting ready to go to the Republican convention, everyone figured he's going to go to that convention and he is going to give a unifying speech. All eyes are on him. He's going to be beating you about the need to bring America together, that he's about to spin in a new direction. That's what they were scared was about to happen. That he was going to choose a Marco Rubio, somebody who is not some hardcore MAGA individual, someone who can talk to folks in Georgia and Florida and Arizona, not that hardcore white male MAGA base. That's what they thought he was about to do. And that's why they were saying the election's over. He just dodged the bullet, so he's just become the alpha male. He's going to choose somebody who's not an Anglo white male, and this election is over. And then he shows up and chooses J.D. Vance. What? He doubles down, not on uniting the country, but he doubles down on white males and MAGA, which was stupid because that's a vote he already has. He's already got that one. He didn't need J.D. Vance to convince people that he's hardcore right-wing enough. He needed to show everybody, by the way, that's not all we are. And that's all he did with J.D. Vance. That's Trump Jr. When the Democrats saw that, they started calling Biden up, get your ass out this White House. We got a chance to win. Because remember, in television programming, for those of you who remember television, this is what we call counter-programming. In other words, MSNBC had always been trying to take viewers away from Fox. CNN tried this a few years ago when they hired, NBC hired Megyn Kelly. And CNN tried it here a few years ago. It doesn't work because the bottom line is Fox has got the hardcore right-wing thing locked and boxed. If you're going to grow your base, you need to give people something, deliberately give them something different. Why would people tune in to see MSNBC be a weak version of Fox when they can just tune in and watch the real damn thing? Why would anyone vote for Kamala Harris trying to be a weaker version of Trump when they can go get the real thing. So what she's doing is she's going to smartly go in the other direction and give you something else to watch, something else to go for. Trump is sitting up here talking about what he's talking about. She's like, hey, all the women out there. And that's the deadly part. Hey, all you women there, yeah, you trust Trump and the white males, but y'all know y'all like to get in, especially with some black men. So Trump say you can't get no abortion. You're going to have to sit with that little colored baby. Brother, you know women don't talk to each other the way they talk to us. You know they don't talk to us the way they talk to each other. Kamala Harris is letting you know, oh, that's the conversation that women have behind y'all's backs. And that's why I'm beating the hell out this drum. You men are okay with getting rid of abortion, but she wants to make sure she's got the veto power to get rid of this little bastard kid just in case things don't work out with this dude. That's the conversation that they will not have with you as men. So when you're sitting next to the women are all staunchly anti-abortion. When they're by themselves, then they start watering it down and start weakening it up and then start talking about, oh, well, you know, there's certain situations where, you know, that's understandable. That's what happens when we're not around. And she knows it, and that's what she's working on. So what she is gambling on is that because there's been certain states where abortion has been on the ballot since the Supreme Court ruled on it here last year. And yeah, there's certain states that they voted to make it part of their constitution. They voted to make it part of their state law. And she's like, some of these are Republican states. Some of these are Republican states that happened in. So they see that as a wedge, that's a wedge issue that they can use to peel off 20% of the females from Donald Trump. And they may be right.
So what constituency do you think would be the most likely to follow Kamala Harris? Like, the only people that I've seen that are even thinking about
every female with student loans.
So the females.
Show me a female with student loans who cannot get a man to commit, and that is her constituency.
So you think she can win with only females?
Well, it's not going to be just the females, though. But what you got to look for are the swing votes that will go one way or the other, or an issue that you can peel them off with. So she doesn't have to get all the women. That's why I said just 10, 20% of the women who are voting for Trump now, all you got to do is swing them and the election's over.
Oh, shoot. Yeah. So initially I was between the couch and Trump, but this seems like check and the cons for the couch, because I don't like the way you broke it down. Like, I don't want to see culture to go this way. So,
well, keep doing what you're doing. The most important thing that you can do is be a brand ambassador, if you will, for what your belief system is and what your principles are. Please understand that influences people. You having a good credit score and clean clothes and your car is put together and stuff, people gravitate to that at a grassroots level. I know it seems like it's unrelated, but if you're showing that you got your life together and then you talk about your politics, that's what's, and don't preach to me about your politics, but when they see all that as a total package. Most people don't. There's a reason why the pink-haired, chick with a girlfriend, it turns people off. They look at her and see, oh, your life ain't together. Well, if your belief system got you where you are, maybe I need to avoid that one. So the real reason that most people don't listen to you all, please understand this, no offense, but most of you have difficulty convincing people because they look at you and remember something. People are going to look at you and ask themselves, do I want to be like you? Now, you got to have a hard moment to look in the mirror and say, okay, am I a good representative or salesman for my principles? Because people are looking at me and they're not asking, do I want to be like your politics? They're asking, do I want to be like you? And if supporting Trump or Bill Clinton or Kamala Harris made you the way you are and I don't like what I see, then guess what that's going to do to them? There's a reason why Barack Obama had to come out with the suit on and the swag and the smile. Even though we know he like something different, there's a reason he had to do that, because that was part of the image of they want to be like me. Same thing with Jordan or Hulk Hogan. We can go down the list. If people want to be like you, then it's a whole lot easier to get them to follow your politics. If they don't want to be like you, now it's this uphill fight. So that's why the reason that most of you struggle with your relatives is because your relatives look at you and they just see a fellow like themselves. The fact that they got 3 or 4 bastard kids, that's not really the tiebreaker. So a lot of you, in many ways, you're very similar to your relatives and trying to convince them that you have a superior ideology. There's where the problem comes in. They don't see you as somebody who's superior or better. They just see you as just like them. Does that make sense?
And it does, because if most people are followers and you don't look like you're worthy of being followed, then what's the point of even?
There you go. There you go.
Do you think the world, like globally, if we go this route where we're just kind of like go full like horror of Babylon, excuse me, I can't think, for lack of a better term, do you think if we have Kamala Harris representing us with her past and her character and all these things that are like so undignified, does that put us in any? Does that affect will that cause a domino effect? How do you see her as?
No, okay. Listen to me very carefully. To the fellas out there, please understand this. Kamala Harris having a body count as a negative, that would be the same as telling a black person here about being harassed by the police. It's the same thing as that, and expecting that to be a negative. So telling women about hoe tendencies being a negative for a politician, that would be the same as Donald Trump thinking that, oh, you black folk, this guy here, he's been harassed by the police. Like, that's going to be, we consider that to be a negative. This is women's experience. Kamala Harris's life has been women's experiences, and quiet is kept, and they don't really advertise for themselves personally, but her life is not an outlier. She was just the one who actually made it work. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller from code 816. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, man, this is motherfucking KD from Kansas City. Man, fuck these hoes. And from that last bitch that took up all the goddamn time when I was on the phone waiting on you. Fuck that bitch, too, because the only reason she got offended because she's a hoe. I don't give a fuck about all that married shit and she got kids and shit. She can go suck the dick. Fuck these hoes. Get money for anybody, nigga, that's listening. That's all I got to say. Hey, thanks.
What?
Okay, he got a lot to get off his chest there. What's he saying? I got a message to all the hoes. All right. Let me get caller from code 572. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Big Ken calling from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma.
Hi, Big Ken from Oklahoma City. What's on your mind?
Hey, listen, I want to talk about something that's let's talk about Kamala Harris. I have a question I want to ask. Why is it that black people run to vote for the blackest candidate simply because of their skin color and don't look at the history in which this person has done more to harm to the black community than any other, what do you call it, the Attorney General in California history?
Okay, well that's
some of her.
That's a factually inaccurate statement, sir. Case in point, black people as a majority, we've never had black politicians to vote for, and yet we've consistently voted since Abraham Lincoln. The majority of politicians we voted for have been white. So we are the only people who do not vote for politicians based on skin color out of necessity. We've never had that luxury. Everybody else has. So that statement that you're making isn't just oversimplified. It's actually false. I can understand why you would think that in certain small pockets. I can understand why you think that in certain small pockets, but as a matter of fact, it's not accurate.
Now, my point is this. we vote for presidential candidates that look like us. If you're black, we don't look at the what this person is running for. We don't even have a
Joe Biden, Bill Clinton, sir, really?
Let me finish. Well, here's my point. My point is this. It's not about the color. I'm talking about why do we lend our vote to people who have no interest whatsoever in us? We will we're the only people that just give our votes away without expecting anything. No one can tell me what is on Kamala Harris's agenda. And why is she not Imhoff? Isn't she an Imhoff? Why is she going by Harris? But my point is this: what is she doing? What are they doing for us?
Okay, well, case in point for Kamala Harris, certainly she has not had the backing from Joe Biden. Was certainly losing it. Kamala Harris has got a lot to prove in that regard. We will see where it goes. Generally speaking, what they do is they try to find a singular issue. With the game they play with us is that rising tide lifts all boats. So they try to find a singular issue that they can conflate and say, well, hey, wouldn't this help you? So the two major things they've been trying, well, three major things. Number one, Donald Trump's a racist. Number two, don't you have student loans? Number three, don't you need some prescription drugs? So those are the three things that they're presenting to, quote, black society as, quote, what we've done for you. Now, is that horribly inadequate in my eyes? Absolutely. But that's the play that they're making. Will it succeed? We'll see. But for most people, they end up just taking whatever they can get as a group. And it's taken a while to get over that because you're saying, well, what have they done for us? Please remember, the civil rights generation, they weren't campaigning to get power. They were campaigning to get acknowledgement. For them, right, white politicians acknowledging their existence, that was a win. That was big. Remember, they came from segregation. So having their existence acknowledged, that was the prize. That was the goal. Us talking the way that we do is a foreign language to them. What you mean, money and power and influence? They patting you on the head. Ain't it good enough you got a cell phone and you can shop in their stores? For them, that was the prize. For us, that's a non-issue.
Then we as African American people here in this country must not lend our vote to just anyone who does not have our best interest or something on the ballot that represents us. We should have a demand that comes with our vote, and so that we can make sure that we do things that will benefit us as a people.
Well,
and we must start thinking like that.
Let's go ahead and make that simple. What we have to get to and hold fast to is a code of conduct. We have to have a code. And if that code dictates everything from there. So when a politician starts trying to use tricky language and step around your issues and isn't actually offering anything, the code sticks in. The code kicks in. That's what Jewish people have. That's what Asian people have. That's what Arab people have. That's what Latinos have. And that's what we're cultivating now. The old code was integration. Now, that was the old code of the civil rights generation. Let's get integrated. What we're speaking is a brand new language. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. It'll take a while for some folks to catch that, but when you talk about you have a code as a people, when you start talking about that, then when folks start talking about what they don't have to do for you, the code kicks in. Once they say that little sentence right there, bam, you shut it down. Yeah, the code kicks in. It's like, yeah, we can't fool with you. We're not going to let you sit up here and tell everybody else what they're going to get, and then you talk to us crazy and tell us what we're not going to get. You're going to talk to us the same as everybody else. Caller from area code 279. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yeah, this is T-Hawk out of Sacramento.
All right, T-Hawk out of Sacramento. What's on your mind?
Yeah, man. I talked to a lot of women, man. When Joe Biden was running, you know, it was like, yeah, I ain't voting for this motherfucker. This motherfucker's off his rocker or whatever, what have you. But then now, all of a sudden, I'm hearing, I don't know, it's Kamala Harris. So Oh no, man! I think we're in trouble. I mean,
well, look, I mean, she's definitely got new life into her because Donald Trump fumbled the ball, which is what he did in 2020. In Donald Trump's mind, everybody, or at least most, this is really for all my white listeners out there, this is really a fallacy. The idea that everybody secretly really agrees with you across the board as stridently and in the extreme as you do. It's very comforting to tell yourself that. It's very pleasing to tell yourself that. And you're dead wrong. That's not real. It's what you want to believe because it makes you comfortable. But that's not real. You guys have not been able to get the majority of the popular vote in forever. It's not real. And all you're really doing is numerically setting yourself up in a situation where the Democrats have to keep fumbling the ball as opposed to you actually winning something. Donald Trump did a Ron DeSantis in 2020, and that's how he went from where he was in 2016 to 2020. He started off good in this election cycle this year, and now he's going back and doing it all over again. That's the mistake he's making. Yeah. And so you're putting yourself in a position where Kamala Harris has to pull a Joe Biden and she's got to do a worse fumble than Trump is doing right now, as opposed to doing something damn me smart and acknowledging that things have changed. We can't be the all white movement here. Other folks are not just sitting around waiting for some white folks to come lead them. That's what you want to believe. You want to believe that all the little darkies out there are just, they sitting around, but they just waiting for you to come lead us. Jared Taylor said that. I interviewed the man. I'm like, do you realize, I understand that that's a very pleasing thing to tell yourself. It's wrong as hell, but I can understand why you would want to believe that. Because it's very comforting to think that they don't really want to lead. They want us lording over them. Actually, no, we don't. No, we really don't. And the numbers are showing you that. So now you're telling yourselves, well, if we can just remix the formula, then they'll all get what they really want. They want us leading. We just need to find the right way to give it to them. There is no right way to give it to us. We don't want it. That's what you want to hear. It's not reality. And so Trump, that's why I said he's going to snatch, at the rate he is going to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. Kamala Harris should be very easy to knock off, and she was, but now she realizes all I got to do now is be I'm not Trump. Now, here's the other thing. Kamala Harris resonates with the young folk. While some of us older guys have had the issue with that, the young folk, they see her as the new hotness. She's mixed. You know, she knows who Cardi B is. Tupac, okay, slow down. They know about as much about Tupac as she does. So they don't hold it against her. No. For those of us who were there, that was fraudulent. But for these young folk today who got a Tupac t-shirt, they don't know anything about those timelines and they don't care. So she actually, she's coming in basically now kind of as a blank slate at this point. And now she's the new hotness. Or let's try this a different way, and you're not going to like this one, but this is reality. Do you realize that the fact that now let me find out one question here. How old are you?
34.
Okay, you're 34 years old, so you're not that old. That's pretty good, but I want you to think about your peers for just a moment now. Now, for folks like me in the 40s and 50s, I want you to remember something. The fact that we don't like her is a plus to these young folk. What? Call it rebellion, counterculture, being different. The fact that us older cats, and I'm not talking about you 34, but the fact that us older cats have a problem with her, oh, she's the new hotness. The fact that you don't like it.
The real issue is that ignorance is more dangerous than intelligence at this point.
Well, it depends on what you're ignorant about, dude. If you're 23 years old and trying to get an abortion, you know everything. You ain't ignorant. You know everything you need to know about her. So I just want you all to understand, as far as think about the stuff they listen to, Sexy Red and Cardi B. Your reaction to Kamala is the same as your reaction to those. And guess what's on your niece's cell phone playlist? It's not Jackie Robinson and Smokey Robinson. It ain't them. So what I'm telling you is that as counterculture and being revolutionary, and whatever you want to call it, being rebellious, the fact that the establishment, the older folk don't like it, that's a plus for the younger people. That's a plus to the 19-year-olds and 23-year-olds. That's a plus. because it differentiates and distinguishes them from us. So that alone is just a cultural symbol if she can pull it off with her awkward ass. But if she can, to them, that's a huge plus, man.
Well, I mean, it seems to me as though the younger crowd really doesn't vote as much as the older crowd or more informed people, but for the majority of, I feel like black women don't like Kamala Harris because of a lot of the Asian hate crime, and she play Asian, then she want to play black. I mean, we know how the Democrats get down. You know what I mean? But young people, I mean, they probably support her, but do they go out and take their ass out and vote? No, I don't think they do.
Well, under Barack Obama, they damn sure did. And if Kamala Harris simply is not, Kamala Harris is simply not offensive, if she can be less offensive than Trump, then yeah, she can do that. She's already got. Understand something, folks. She raked in damn near $200 million, almost $300 million within the first 24, 48 hours after Biden dropped out. That's why I told you all, your Hollywood slow down, your Hollywood big money that was holding out on Biden and saying we're not going to give them. As soon as she got in there, they opened up their wallets and they finally started contributing again. And what I'm saying is those are the people pushing that. Jennifer Aniston has just come out speaking against J.D. Vance. So the Hollywood folk are throwing them elbows. That's going to resonate with the young folk, the cool kids, the actors, the entertainers. That's what's going to resonate. Now, how much it does, we don't have a crystal ball necessarily, but it's going to resonate with them a hell of a whole lot more than Trump and the Country Boys Club is going to do.
I got a question on that, though, because you're saying, like, okay, she raised that amount of money and stuff like that. Of course, they already had something in the fun with Joe Biden and stuff like that. You don't think that, it's a bit of criminal activity going on where you don't think these people lying about where this money coming from?
So?
Yeah, I mean...
What else is new?
You're right. What else is new? But yeah,
keep your eyes and your ears open. Like I say, she has a lot of positives that people thought that really only subscribed to Obama. If they're going to manage her appearances, they're not going to let her do too much talking. Everything she says is going to be tightly scripted. They're going to start revamping her image. I predict they're probably going to give her a new hairstyle here shortly. And they're going to they're trying to make her cool. They're trying to make her meme worthy. What they want to do is stop making her offensive. So they can't give her black credentials. So instead, they're just going to really double down on the female credentials. And that's really where they're going. So like a female Obama, just without the black appeal whatsoever, and see if that works. And by the way, it can, because I've shown y'all the pictures of her with the sororities. There's a bunch of dark-skinned women standing to her left and her right, and she's the little light-skinned thing in the middle, and that's the way it always is. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. By the way, that not going in on blackness, that right there appeals to white women. So among black folk, that would be seen as a negative. Among white women, that's a positive. She doesn't strike you as being blatantly pro-black or blackity-black, and that's a positive. So, believe me, you can thread that needle. You sure can. Call America 763. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yes, my name is Rod, calling from Minneapolis.
All right, Rod from Minneapolis. What's on your mind?
Well, here's my viewpoint. The bottom line, she's not going to win. I don't care how much money she raises or whatever, but she's not going to win.
If Trump continues going the way he's going, she will win, not because she's so great, but because he's fumbled the damn ball.
Well, that could be, like you said, Trump fumbles the ball, yeah, but there's too many women that, that don't like her. There's a lot of women out there that vote and they don't like her. And plus she's married to a white guy. And, Women don't like that, especially white women.
Okay, let me address that. Folks, here's the way that politics work with black folk. You get the black vote when you convince black people that white folk will vote for you. Barack Obama couldn't get the black vote until he proved that white people would vote for him. Next thing you know, the black vote took over, and it was a tsunami after that. If Kamala shows what she's been showing, which is that white people will support her, yeah, they're going to fall in line. But Jason, she got a white husband. Sir, the divestiture, swirling, gonna get me a white man. Bruh, that long predates Kamala Harris. Men, listen to me. To the men, brothers, non-brothers, as a matter of fact, you know you're out there. Let me just go ahead and put y'all up on game. Women lie to us.
Lie. What? And deal with it, nigga.
I want the men to wake up tonight. Please stop telling yourselves that these women, and including the ones in my chat room, stop telling yourselves that they're being honest with us. No, they're not. Women behave a certain way when they're in the company of men. They follow when they're in the company of men. When they're by themselves, they vote their own personal interests. They vote their own interests. They know that in order to get protection from you, sir, they better act like they got allegiance to you, because you are not going to risk your life for a woman who does not have allegiance to you. And women know this. So when they are in your company, they present as having allegiance. Soon as they are not in your company, okay, back to default. It's our personal interest. So they present one way in front of you when they're by themselves and don't have to answer to you. Brother, I'm sure you've had enough girlfriends who've shown you that. You never saw the damn breakup coming, whatever. When she was in your presence, she was Susie Homemaker. Next thing you know, you found out all kinds of things she was doing behind your back that she wouldn't have dared to say when she was in your presence. She didn't even dare to let it on. As soon as you were gone, it's like, whoa, Dr. Jekyll and Mrs. Hyde. So fellas, please acknowledge this. That white husband thing, we've been talking, these women been sitting here talking about they're going to get a white man since Oprah got on the air back in the 80s. They only say that stuff when they're in our company. Go take a look at all the damn folks out there that they go the other way for. Leonardo DiCaprio and Zac Efron and what's his name? Tom Hardy. All that zaddy stuff. Come on, fellas. Come on, man. These women just lie to us.
We know about that. But, like I said, I agree with you. The only way she might win is if Trump really fumbles the ball. He's really, screws up big time, But like I said, there's way too much, white power out there that, Obama got in there because, he was lucky he got in there, I think, and a lot of black people voted for him, when he got in there. But
no, Obama wasn't lucky. George W. Bush screwed the Republican Party with that disastrous war in Iraq. It made him and his friends rich, and then he sank his own damn party. John McCain comes out. He's old. He tries to salvage it. He grabs Sarah Palin. He did the best he could. He was given a horrendous hand. He wasn't given nothing to work with. The Republican Party name was radioactive. So you put those two things together, plus Barack Obama being the smoothest political operator, presenting himself to people that we've seen since Bill Clinton. And that's what really happened. So yeah, your competition is trash, and Obama didn't make any flaws. He didn't make any big unforced errors. Kamala Harris has an opportunity to do that now. People are very weary of Trump and Biden. They just wore out on Biden a lot quicker. Now Trump's the old dude in the room. Kamala Harris could, and I'm telling you, they've been working with her on this. They've been working with her on her public presentation. Take a look at that first speech she did. They did exactly what I expected. They kicked her over into prosecutor mode. I told people this. She's going to start talking like a prosecutor.
That.
Was the first thing she says that speech she just gave. I've been up against men who abuse women, men who abuse authority, men who cheat and fraud. So believe me when I say that I know Donald Trump's type. She goes straight to the prosecutor thing. That's where she's comfortable. She's comfortable making closing arguments against you in the courtroom. She's comfortable convicting you. She's comfortable accusing you of things and calling you a criminal. That's when she gets energetic. That's when she's alive. That's where she's confident. That's when she's got most of her experience. Not as trying to be Barack Obama. Now, that's not what she does well. And somebody has finally told her, yeah, you're going to get your head knocked off if you try to be Obama because you ain't good at it. You need to just go out there and be prosecutor girl. And that's what she's doing, and that will work. Donald Trump just showed us that he's just as arrogant as he ever was. He could have gone to that damn convention, given a 15-minute speech saying, look here, I want to bring the country together. Black, white, male, female, conservative, liberal. We're all in this together. Remember when your gas prices were reasonable? Remember when you could buy a home? Remember what it's like when the government served the people? I'm going to drain the swamp. I'm here for everybody. Don't believe the critics. Come to me. I had a near-death experience, and I want you to know I am with you. I'm one of you. And that would have been get Marco Rubio or something like that. That would have been the end of it. Instead, he goes on an 1.5 hour long damn tirade. MAGA mumbling for an 1.5 hours. And the Democrats said, oh, we can win this. When he did that, they said they turned around and said, we can win this. Just got to get Biden out the way. And they went, take a look at what they did. The very next week, Biden, you got to go. Right now. No, not next week. You got to go right this minute. Bye. We need as much time to get Kamala rehabilitated as possible. You got to go today. And damn sure he was gone that day. So I told people this. Folks were like, well, Jason, he's a shoo-in for the White House. I said, actually, if the election were held today, he'd probably win. But Donald Trump has 4 months to go, and that's plenty of time for him to screw this up. And it sure looks, I said that, and sure enough, here we go.
Yep. Even though he's got a cult-like following behind him, you know what I mean? I mean, his followers is like a cult, you know.
You can't win the White House in 2024 as an all-white male party movement. You got too many. Here's the problem, brother. You got too many people who were alive during the Reagan era, back when the white population was 90%. You've got too many people who are still alive and their brains haven't shifted demographically to realize it's been 40 damn years, going on 50 years since then. This is a different place. Those numbers are obsolete. It's not the same place anymore. You're 65% of the population now and dropping. And not only that, you're 65% of the population, but only about 25% of the influence. And you're still running as if Reagan were in office, and if we get the white males here we go. And that's not where we are anymore. And they're still operating under that obsolete mentality. And because they're comfortable with it. And that's the problem when you refuse to accept objective reality. Now you've elected a candidate that you're very, very comfortable with, and can't nobody tell him nothing. So you have just enough people to get him your nominee. And what I'm saying is 2020 showed you, by the way, he's a turnoff. People, do you realize that when Biden was there, Georgia was in play? The polls are coming out. Georgia is leaning back to no longer being in play again. It's going back blue now. It was purple. Now they're doing polls that show, Georgia is flipping back blue now. If Kamala doesn't vomit on herself and mess the hell up, yes, she can pull Georgia for real. She can. Yes, she can. She's going to put a blanket over Doug. She's going to put Doug under a blanket. Now, let's be clear about that. Doug is going home. He ain't going to be seen. She's going to put him up on the couch. She's going to stuff him in the closet. Doug ain't going to be seen. But, yeah, she puts Doug under a blanket and goes to Georgia and Arizona and the Carolinas. Yeah. Oh, she can carry all those. She sure can.
Well, I tell you, though, if she wins, that's my viewpoint. I don't think she's going to win. But if she wins, man, it's going to be – like you said, though, it's gonna be
dude. It's gonna be nothing. It's gonna be nothing but size 16s and 18s twerking in their thongs on Instagram.
What? Deal with it, nigga.
You're right. If she wins, It's gonna be crazy out here, man. I'm telling you. But that's like I said. That's my viewpoint. All right.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight.
That's what you do.
Y'all, look here. It's gonna be a bunch of size 18 chicks waving around their degrees on Instagram and TikTok. Oh, it's gonna be unsightly. It is gonna be unsightly. Call Miracle 405. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yeah, Fred, Oklahoma City.
All right, Fred in Oklahoma City. What's on your mind?
All right, Jason. So I just wanted to say, I don't know if the black population has enough registered voters to sway this particular election, but I mean, I guess we'll see. Another thing is with Kamala swaying, I guess, the minds of the black folk with, for some reason, I wouldn't trust a person that doesn't take and use her husband's last name. And now we also know that her husband being white, that, you know, these two being married, that her ideologies are going to line up with his. And so, you know, it's, you know, I don't know what's wrong with these, you know, these Bible thumpers, like the young lady that called in earlier. And, you know, it's even probably a less percentage of black people that decide in the electoral college. I don't know how many, you know, black electoral college people that we have that are going to, you know, that have a pro-black mindset.
Well, it doesn't matter if you do. The electoral college basically votes along with whatever the popular vote from the state is. Remember, because that really goes on a state by state basis. So I mean that is what it is. That's why you don't have to win the popular vote. If Kamala can turn out Atlanta, if Kamala can turn out, you know, certain parts of Florida, although that's a little bit of a long shot there. But if she can turn out, you know, if she can flip Georgia and Michigan and Pennsylvania, if she can do that and prove that she can play outside of California, which so far she hasn't really been able to definitively prove, but if she can definitively prove that she can play somewhere other than California and New York with the cocktail sipping, you know, liberal elites, if she can pull that off, yeah, she wins. She can clip enough votes and get enough percentage to win. And right now you got polls showing her within 3 to 5 points of Trump, depending on which one you're looking at. 5 points on some, 3 points on others. Yeah, that's plenty.
90 seconds.
That is not a big gap to close. That's not a big one.
Sure. So, you know, and I agree with you. You know what I mean? I have, you know, no disagreement with that. My thing is that, you know, it's just, I guess the political thing to do is to not use that Imhoff last name, right? But, you know,
that's not a negative.
Why 60 seconds.
Because that's how she started. Because that's how she started. So she didn't start out as an Imhoff. She started off as Kamala Harris. So downtown Willie Brown and everything else. So that's where she got her start. So if she had to rebrand herself, that'd be a problem. So it's really not an issue.
Well, it's not necessarily rebranding herself. I'm saying, like, kind of to the average voter or the informed voter. Like, if you're looking at the history, if you can look at, you know, just into I mean, you know, when you're running for political office, right, you're an open book. So everything is pretty much there that you can see about a person.
Okay, let me go ahead and deal with this. To all the folks out there telling themselves that being married to a Jewish person is a negative, I don't know how many L's y'all have to take in that regard to see that folks don't care about that. You got Jewish governors that I think Bashir is one. We can go down the list. So, and that's not on the West Coast either. So for those of you who are really stomping on that and feeling, oh, this is the kill shot, I hope y'all understand this. That now it sounds like the Trump people there. It's like you all, that really resonates with you and really gets your motor going. That literally is irrelevant to everybody else. Nobody cares about that unless you can show them how he's somehow undermining what their personal interests are. And you can't do that. So you can try to make some historical argument that really resonates with you in whatever books you've read. But until you can show that that's an impediment to everybody else, because they're not voting for Doug Inhofe. They're voting for Kamala Harris. They've never voted for Doug. He's not on the ballot. And you have no way of convincing people that he somehow secretly is. That's the problem.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I'm just saying.
Thank you very much for agreeing with it. We appreciate that. Yeah, the folks who want to do that there, I mean, it really gets your motor going, and you might love it, and you start whipping up the furniture, and you start sounding like the MAGA people. Doug's not on the ballot. He's not going to be on the ballot. Doesn't matter what she calls herself in that regard. He ain't pulling no strings on it. If you have a leg to stand on, show us where he's pulling some strings, but you can't. So other than some really weird historical anecdote, you got nothing to stand on there. Now you're wasting time because people got real issues and you want to divert off into something that doesn't make a difference one way or the other. Stay focused. Stay focused. By the way, most of the American population can't tell those names anyway. It's just a small group of people. If they really knew what you were, bruh, ask most of these people how many states there are. You think they can figure out a last name? Ask most of these people what the last name of the current president is. But if they knew about the Inhofe name, how many of these people even know what Kamala Harris's last name is? So I just said some folks get bogged down in things. They become scholars of this stuff. If they knew what I knew, and you don't understand the etymology of the Zionist name and the Zionist knowing when clays your hair. The Ashkenazi culture as it stands here with the Inhofe name. Okay, and so how does that affect my gas taxes? Well, see, the issue is you don't understand that this was really going on. Come on, folks. Stop saying things that are comfortable to you and are divorced from reality. Caller America code 832. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Good brother Jason. This is Too Short calling from Houston.
Okay, Too Short from Houston, and what's on your mind?
Yes, sir. I just wanted your opinion on something. I was watching, and this is no promotion of this guy in any way, but I was watching a video of Umar, and he mentioned something that caught my attention. He said, does the shadow government believe that Trump can build relationship with African countries to keep extracting their resources? And he, just like you, he also mentioned the electoral vote versus the popular vote. He mentioned twice in history that we've seen the popular vote lose, which was Al Gore and Bill Clinton, if I'm not mistaken, or George Bush, and also Hillary Clinton going against Trump. And my question to you is, do you see the U.S. government electing Kamala Harris as the president of the United States in order to persuade the country of India to not officially align with China and the whole BRICS movement thing?
I mean, no, because that's not necessary. So, no.
Okay.
Kamala Harris isn't the mover there. Also, like I said, I've explained this before. A lot of folks, just when we talk about the petrodollar and things, a lot of folks don't understand what they're actually looking at. So when you talk about the BRICS alliance, a lot of folks think it's a currency. You talk about the BRICS alliance and whatnot. Please remember, at the border of India and China, they over there killing folks. I've already talked about this before. You can go Google this. So India and China are having clashes. Soldiers been killed over there. So this idea that they're all buddy-buddy like that, people are, they're just ignoring the facts and the reality on the ground in that regard. So on the one hand, there's one thing they kind of are okay on. And on the other hand, India and China are voraciously trying to undercut each other, particularly India trying to undercut China. So India doesn't need a lot of help in that regard. The problem is that America keeps doing a bunch of two-faced stuff. There's where the issue comes in. So America has a way of sometimes helping and then other times trying to play both sides against the middle. And that makes other countries untrustworthy. That's what you saw happening in Pakistan. That's what you've seen happening in Turkey. So they would really like America to pick a side and stay there. And every time you keep switching things up or switching currencies or backing this government over here or that one over there or undermining these people's interests somewhere else, that makes them think that, okay, we need to back China as a hedge against America's power, which is what you all really see with BRICS. It is not an effort to undermine or overthrow the U.S. dollar because you can't do it. That's the first thing that can't happen. But it's about having a hedge so that America doesn't just have this ruthless, invincible stranglehold on everything. So it's really more about loosening that stranglehold, not defeating it. Please don't forget that. India doesn't have a lot to gain by a more powerful China, except losing that mountain range over there. That's the only thing India has to gain. So in reality, it's not that one. And Pakistan is right behind them. So there's a lot going on in that regard. India's relations with America are about as good as they're going to get. Kamala Harris would only marginally improve that from a cultural standpoint until you realize that most of the Indians over there don't really claim her. By the way, until you realize part that they don't really claim her. So how would she push those buttons you're referring to when them folks don't really rock with it like that? She's somebody accepted over here. That's why she spends all her damn time talking about the Pacific Asian Alliance and talking to them with all 5 people in the room. That's why she does that. But as far as the country of India, I mean, there's going to be a few places that might put up a couple of murals of her, but the country as a whole is like, they're like, okay, well, she's not really one of us. They're going to take a look at her dad, and that's the end. When they took a look at her father, that was the end of the discussion. Right there. When they saw her dad, they were done. That was it.
Okay, one last question, brother. Do you see an uproar from white Americans should the shadow government, quote unquote, elect Kamala Harris as the U.S. president, the next president?
No, because just like Barack Obama, folks were saying the same thing then. The only thing that would be a problem is if she's going to upset the status quo. And that is absolutely not gonna happen with her. Tell me one.
Just be a puppet, right?
Tell me one part of the American social order and status quo that woman is showing you that she intends to change or overthrow or upset. Name one.
None, brother, none.
Okay. So why would anybody in institutionalized Washington, you can call it shadow government, whatever, institutionalized Washington, why would anybody, the big money interest, just set up here and opened up $250 million for her in 24 hours? Tell me who's threatened by her. Who in the political establishment, the economic establishment, the academic establishment, the media establishment, who's threatened by her? Who's worried about what she's going to do?
Well, you don't think I'm just this is just a little shout out of the cannon. You don't think if she does become president, you don't think more Indian immigrants will come into the country to take over more tech jobs and kind of persuade Indians to align with America?
Bill Gates opened that gate over a decade and a half ago. I talked about this on my other YouTube channel. They got direct flights from India to San Francisco and have had them now for going on a decade.
Okay.
No Kamala Harris required for that. They've been got their hooks in. Oracle, Dell, Microsoft, Google, Facebook. They've been gotten the government to let them have all their visas to have those workers come over here. They've been did that. I mean, for those of you who haven't been to San Francisco, y'all know the Indian presence is strong in San Francisco now. The Indian presence is strong in San Francisco now. So it's not weak at all. San Francisco, San Diego to a degree, but especially in San Francisco, the presence is strong. Who do you all think has been making the housing prices skyrocket there? The presence is strong, man. The presence is strong on the West Coast. So, and they've been had their little pipeline. So she doesn't have to increase that. They've been had it. They've already got free run of the place. Remember, their visas, because they're skilled workers. Remember? That's what their visas are for. They're already skilled workers. They got their degrees. As far as America is concerned, we can't get enough planes over there to bring them over here. And of course, they consider that to be a huge plus because that's a brain drain. Somebody in the chat room, I think they're talking about Ramaswamy, Vivek Ramaswamy. Please remember, yeah, they may be from India, but what happens just as soon as they get themselves solidified in America? Who do they start acting like? Yeah, they may come over one way, but you give them a few years, they get a taste of the syrup, to give them a BMW. Give them a BMW in a 1,500 square foot loft. And next thing you know, they all turn Republican. We can go down the list. Nikki Haley, Dinesh D'Souza, Vivek Ramaswamy. We can go down. Bobby Jindal, former governor of my state, Louisiana. We can go down the list. You can't name a one of them. They come up, they get off the planes talking like Indians. In a few years, they all turn Republican. So, and they're skilled workers too. Please, Vivek Ramaswamy can't kiss white ass hard enough. That man right there, I'm talking about, he leaves hickeys on Trump's butt cheeks. What? He sucks on you so hard. So it's just, and Nikki Haley, y'all saw Trump talk about that woman like a dog. Oh, he talked about her like a dog. I mean, you would have swore he thought Trump. Do you think she black? I mean, do you see? She ain't a light-skinned Negro, Trump. You really want to go at it like that? He talked about her like a dog. And she showed up at that convention and I mean was just, yes, mouse.
Yep.
Without missing a beat. So please don't deceive yourselves, man. They got y'all thinking one thing. When they touch ground over here, it takes a few years, and then once they got their situation straightened out, they don't see themselves coming over. I want everybody to understand this about the immigrant class that they're bringing over here. Yeah, they move, they may congregate in areas as a group, but what folks here don't understand is that they're coming over here for their own individual interests. Did you get that? They're coming over here for their own individual interests. And once they get themselves solidified, whether they come from Mexico, India, or whatever, when they first come over, and they rah-rah and this, that, and the other, and liberal this, that, and the other. As soon as they get their own personal interests solidified, then they switch on you. Then they flip. Then it flips. And that's what they're counting on. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Once they get their own individual interests solidified, and then once they got their feet firm up under them, next thing you know, that's why they get them a BMW, get them a white girlfriend, and next thing you know, they're Vivek Ramaswamy. Next thing you know, they're telling you the problem is the niggers. They go from talking about getting their stuff together to maybe as soon as they get themselves solidified, well, the real problem is the Negroes. Not us, not me, Vivek. The real problem is those Negroes over there who won't go with the program. And it becomes that. Let me go ahead and see if I can get over here on Zoom. I got my man Prince out of Richmond up here on Zoom. He's up late tonight. What's on your mind, Prince?
My brother Jason, man, it's so good to hear you, man. I want the family to understand something. Me and Jason are half a century old, and he's a messenger. He tells you this all the time. He's describing the conditions on the ground. You want all the answers right now. We letting you know where we at, and then we do further assessments as time go on. Okay? So don't get disheartened by what's going on. This is why he's telling us, if you stay ready, you ain't got to get ready. So Jason is doing his job. Yes, they have influence. Yes, people can throw monkey wrenches in the thing, or make decisions on their own. We have no control of what other people do. Now, Jason, you know, past generations of men now, many of them ignore female nature. What do you think? That's the majority of men? But Jason, you don't. What was it in your life that made you say, you know what? I can't overlook this small contempt or the moves that I see females make, even though they may present in a pleasant manner, but you can see the underlying contempt.
Everyone and their mother is trying to shield their sons and shield their children from reality and environments. And the problem is you need to stop seeing the process as a problem, and you need to start seeing the process as a necessity. I don't care how smart your mother is. I don't care how capable she is, how streetwise, how well-meaning. The bottom line is you are not going to understand the world around you until you go into it yourself. Because there's only so much of hearing someone else's experiences that can help you. At some point, you got to go touch the ground yourself. At some point, you're going to have to go experience it yourself. You're not going to learn everything you need to know about women by dealing with your mama. I don't care how straightforward your mama is, how gully she is, how honest, how brutally honest she is. She can be all that, but you are not going to learn women until you go deal with them yourself. Yes. And deal with a good number of them and a good cross section of them. So the difference is we keep sitting up here trying to gaslight folks and tell them that the men today are not doing enough. They're not meeting enough females. And in a lot of cases, a lot of them are not. But we need to also level with the fact that, by the way, a lot of the jadedness you see is because they did encounter it. They have seen it. And they didn't like it. Now, It could be because they were given false notions. It could be because they were expecting that females in society at large were built of the same thing their mom was built of. So that was what their expectation was. Then they got out here and I'll be damn sexy red. So it's like, okay, well, that didn't go very well. And understand this. You're not going to meet sexy red. No, you're not. You're going to meet some po-ass, lame-ass, hood-rat-ass, alley-cat-ass imitation of her.
Yes.
So think about that for a few moments. You won't even get the real damn thing. You're going to get somebody's bootleg ass Salvation Army knockoff of Sexy Red. Not even a good imitation of her. So when you encounter that, it's like, oh, you're wide awake. Now you're going to be wide awake after that. After you had a few experiences like that and realize, okay, this is what the deal is. I can't expect the same thing from them, quality-wise, virtue-wise, that I did from my mom. My mom, they get out here and realize their mom was the exception, not the rule.
Yes.
That's what wakes men up and males up, is enough experiences. No matter how good or gully or gutty your mama is. Mama might have been a saint. Mama might have been a straight sinner. Meeting other people is what really forms your basis and your foundation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Jason, given the way things are, who is more observant as a group, men or women? Because if you walk into a room, women, you may think they're not paying attention. In my opinion, they know what shoes the man had on. They know what he's dressed. They pay attention and they don't have to look at you long. But I'm sure men are observant too. Which group you think, because it seems like men keep getting caught in the dark, but you may have a different take on that. Men are
more observant than women, but that's only when we start learning survival. Females learn early how to leverage things, so they start looking for the options they want sooner. Whereas men have to develop into who we're going to be, and then that determines what we do from there. So men are more observant than women. Women just start the process of leveraging sooner because they can. You were not 18 years old with anybody offering to buy you a Mercedes S-Class because you look so. Let's be clear about this. Women do not pay as much for a good-looking man as men pay for a good-looking woman.
Damn, you right about that. Yes.
Women don't pay nowhere near the ballpark. Women will not even, they won't pay a tenth what we do. I don't give a damn how good that nigga looks. She got a budget and he does not get to exceed the budget. Men will take out houses, 30-year loans. Women don't pay anywhere near as much as men do for a good-looking. Women do not pay for good-looking men what men pay for good-looking women. It's just there's no relation. The numbers are outrageously skewed. Women get by on a budget. Men will break the bank.
Yes.
That's the fundamental difference. That's why it doesn't work. So you being, as a man, you get a short ceiling on the value of, quote, good looks. And women don't give you a lot of tangible benefits. You have easier sexual access compared to most of the males, and that's pretty much where it stops. You might meet some cool lawyer chick who's lonely and might let you lay up for a little bit, but one of these days, she gonna come to that door and say, nigga, get your ass up and get a job. That's coming. You've never met a man who was with a badass broad and came through the damn door one day talking about, heifer, get up and get a job. If she was still looking right, talking right, and make you something halfway edible, you done. You ain't never walked through that door doing that. She's wearing her G-string. It's like, okay, we through with that. Fellas, you can't G-string enough. One day she gonna come to that door and be like, okay, enough G-stringing. You got to get up and produce. And you trying to sit up here and get yourself all dolled up. And she's like, yeah, I'm through with it. I've seen it. What else you do?
Exactly. And you know, Jason, the woman that talked, this is indicative of our age group, brother. Women that, you know, I'm not trying to beat up on the sister, but women that are she has nothing to say about what these women are doing. We're out here trying to set examples, and especially I have daughter and nieces, man, and you have nieces, and you have nephews. I don't have no nephews, you know, I have no sons, but we got family members, young people, that if they see these women getting away, the older hoes are setting their ways or wanting whatever, they know they washed up. So why does she have a problem with you speaking the truth? And she didn't mention the children really at all. What you know, it's like people when they say about our reparations, they only complain about other people getting reparations. When we say, well, we want our reparations, but you don't complain about other people getting stuff. Oh, I have a problem with that too. That's what they always say.
Prince,
but they never talk about it.
Hit, hose, holla.
And deal with it, nigga.
Why she didn't let you talk to her husband?
They always got a husband and he always gone, except for Leon. Little old Leon sitting right there on the couch. So it's other than him, the rest of them is gone. Leon sitting right there. But hit hoes, holler, bro. The body count done got a hold of him. If she does have a husband, he's some little weak ass beta dude because she up in the middle of the damn night talking to me, defending hoes. That guilty conscience is twanging on her because she's like, yeah, that's why the niggas I really wanted didn't return my phone calls back then. So she stuck with Leon Jr. So that's what the hit hoes holler. Y'all knew what y'all were hearing. Why is she defending hoes? Because hit hoes are hollering. Old dude is working in the middle of the damn night. Old as she is, old boy is working in the middle of the damn night to get away from her. Prince, you know how the hell that works. If you got a fine ass female at home, you ain't trying to work all damn night. Like, hey, wait a minute, I got to go. Y'all better get y'all better get one of them young boys up in here who ain't got nothing to do. I gotta get back. I got seniority. I'm getting back to the house. He's working the damn night. It's like, yeah, he'd rather be at the damn job. He'd rather be on the job than on you. And that's what it is. Middle of the damn night, he's sitting to work, boy. I'm doing overtime. That's one of them niggas. When you got an old fella who work at night, he doing overtime. It's like he ain't trying to get back to the house. So, and you just heard why it is. She's sitting there defending being hoes and stuff. Why are you upset about that? The old boy took whatever he could get. She done messed around and got 2 or 3 kids with him. Now he's handcuffed to the game. And now she knows he don't like it. So that's why she's sitting there defending her situation. She's not defending him.
Oh, that's what she's fighting. That's what she's trying to uphold.
Hoes, at the end of the day, hoes are okay as long as you don't put light on it. Just remember, every hoe you ever heard, she's okay winning as long as you don't put a spotlight on it.
That's right.
Let her have her little W, but don't talk about how she got it. You start putting spotlight on how she got it, now the value starts corroding. Now they want you to shut up. Because at the end of the day, The hoes are sitting on the queen's throne, but they don't want to be hoes on the throne. They wanted to say, okay, I can steal this queen thing. No, baby, you can't really steal it. So, well, if I get the rest of y'all to shut up and just acknowledge and don't say nothing about it, then I'm good. And they'll take that if you let them. As soon as you let them know, by the way, you know you ain't no queen, right? You know you's a hoe. You know you still are. What you doing there? Hey, why are you always down on women? Oh, there it goes. Because if you got queen credentials, you don't argue for hoes. You too busy queening. So you sitting up here arguing for hoes, it's like, okay, the hoes is hollering. And I'm like, I ain't hating on it either. Just let it be what it's going to be. Don't talk to me like I'm stupid. Just let it be what it's going to be. Be the best hoe you can be. Or the worst one. I'm not sure. But do what you do, but don't tell me that's not what it is.
Right. It's kind of offensive, her talking about, it kind of hit me. I know you handle it good. She talking about we attacking women. I got women in my family. I have women that I love, but I'm not going to sit here and lie to them, and we shouldn't. And that's what's been the whole big old blinding thing. I want to ask you this, Jason. If Kamala Harris becomes president, is the body count standards that going to go into temporary retirement? You understand? Women say, you can't judge me by my body count no more.
All I'm going to say is if that woman wins, the body count argument as a national dialogue is about to take a major L. And let me be very, very clear. Megyn Kelly and them are sitting over there running their damn mouths, slut shaming and this, that, and the other. Megyn gonna be, if that woman wins, Megyn gonna be first in line to back that part of it.
Come on now. With them short skirts she used to wear.
Dude, them hoes, all them hoes gonna close ranks. This is just politics for ratings right now. This is politics for numbers. Megyn gets numbers by talking that trash. Remember, Donald Trump still dissing her. He's still dissing Megyn. So
he don't like her.
If Kamala Harris wins, Megyn gonna be the first one to go along with that little feminist part of it because that's what serves him. She makes her money talking this other garbage, but that's not the way she lives. That's not the way she lives. So that's what it's gonna be, dude. Y'all gonna find out. These women, Candace Owens and the rest of them, they run their mouths about that to make money. But how they live their lives, there is not a lot of daylight between them and Kamala Harris. There's not. Their job is to sell that line to you because you're their male customer base. But they don't have to live that. Well, Jason, how can that be? Take a look at your favorite rappers. Folks don't like to look at that. These folks like political rappers. They ain't living like that.
No,
they're
not.
selling this to you as a product. When they go home, it's like, yeah, we ain't doing that. That's for your consumption. Megyn Kelly was making millions of dollars at Fox. She got a big contract for NBC to make millions more, but she fumbled the ball. The reason why they ran her off was not because of blackface. It was because she failed to bring the ratings. They put her on the Today Show. Remember, they got rid of Tamron Hall and brought in Megyn Kelly to take over on the Today Show. And she was supposed to be this ratings bonanza, this blonde bombshell from Fox, and she couldn't pull no ratings, couldn't pull any numbers. That's when they said, okay, that blackface thing, okay, this is our excuse to fire you. Now, she got with a lawyer and she got a good severance package, but the bottom line is it got them out of their contract with her. That was their excuse to get out of that contract. Megyn wasn't going to get picked up by anybody else. She couldn't go back to Fox, and none of the other liberal networks wanted her.
Right.
So she didn't actually have an option to do that. So she went to YouTube, threw a Hail Mary, and prayed to God. And so far, it's gone well, comparatively speaking. She's got good numbers, good subscriber counts. So, okay, that's gone pretty well. But the bottom line is, okay, that's not what she chose. Megyn Kelly wanted that corporate job with the big money. But the only reason she's on YouTube is because she couldn't get it. Couldn't hold it and couldn't keep it. Candace Owens, same thing. Candace wants the same thing. She wants the cable TV job. That's why she was at the Daily Wire.
Yeah.
That's as close as she could get, but she couldn't really get them to let her in anywhere else. They wanted the white girl, Tommy Lawrence, so Candace could never get in. So now she's on YouTube now, making less money than she was with Daily Wire, significantly less. And she's holding on for dear life, too. And that's what's really happening. But in reality, I've been warning people about this. Some of the red pill dudes are now catching on, trying to warn about that, about Candace Owens. We've been talking about that's been a line now for years. The red pill manosphere guys are just now waking up and realizing that what we've been saying the whole damn time. Yeah, they wanted to believe it, and she saw it was catnip for them. They wanted to believe it. So when these females get together, dude, they don't talk to us the way they talk to each other. When they get together, it's a girls' club. They compliment each other on their shoes, on their dresses, and talk about how the men are keeping them all down. That's what happens.
Now, Jason, would you go as far as to say when it comes to the hoes? Remember, about 3 years ago, you did a powerful broadcast. Do hoes be winning? I ain't gonna never forget that, man. Do you think as a group are the hoes on code?
Always. I mean, that's the difference with females. Females are on code with each other when it comes to checking us. So when it comes to that, females are very sympathetic to each other in that regards. When it comes to cooperating, when females are by themselves, they start knifing each other. When there's a man in authority, then the females start cooperating. But females by themselves, when they have to answer to each other, they splinter. If there's a man in charge, then they start closing ranks to see what they can do to try to balance out his authority. That's when it changes.
So it's a free fall when it comes to them, but when it comes to a man being put into as an element into the situation,
the females consolidate.
God, dog. Yeah, I've seen that on jobs. And let me tell you what you shouldn't be fooled about, fellas. If she tells you she can't stand a woman, she don't want that woman around you, soon as you and her fall out, that's going to be her best friend. Don't be deceived by a woman's voice. Now, Jason, you were saying that when they are in these situations, women are not cooperative, left to their own devices with each other. So they don't offend each other when they're doing all this dirtbag stuff. They do, but you have to see it like the mafia. Okay, Prince is stumped on that. Yes, I want you all to understand it's not kumbaya and everybody is great bosom buddies. These are alliances. Remember, females are the ones who created the phrase frenemies. Yes, sir.
Not we as men. As we as men, either you in or nigga you out. We don't have frenemies as men.
No.
You cannot be no frenemy. Either you down or you out. That's it. Females have frenemies, bad hoes, bad girls club, mean girls club, and that's how they operate. You and me as men, we couldn't do that for a minute. The second a dude show his fangs, he got to go. As females have a bunch of rotating and fading in and out alliances.
Okay, like Survivor.
Yeah, so women form alliances with other women, which is why it's so difficult for females to form real friendships with other women, which is why stealing your man is very easy to do because it depends on what level of alliance she has with you. And if her alliance to you is more valuable or more solid than the benefits she could get by getting your man, then she's going to leave him alone. But if the benefits she can get by stabbing you in the back and taking your man outweigh the value of her alliance to you, oh, heifer, you going down. Whatever I got to do to get that nigga, you going down. So if the alliance serves them, they keep going. When the alliance stops serving them or they think they got a better option, we talk about monkey branching. The red pill community's never talked to you about monkey branching with females. If getting your man is a monkey branch, okay, well, here we go. The alliance, I'm about to break the alliance.
Yes.
So you and I have an alliance just so long as your alliance is more valuable to me than your man is. If your man is more valuable than this alliance to you, the alliance is about to go downhill.
Now, Jason, and I'm not picking on our biracial sisters, whatever mixture it is.
I am.
Do biracial women view black men as soft targets?
I mean, yeah. I mean, look, y'all, you know me. Folks, Jason, you don't like light-skinned chicks. Not about not liking. I'm cool with y'all, but I just got to call it out. Y'all know I'm telling the truth. Look, females with big eyes, you know y'all crazy. Just crazy wild. I don't care. I got big expressive eyes. No, heifer, you crazy. And Kamala Harris got some big eyes on her, as a matter of fact. Now that I was thinking about it here, I'm like, okay, yeah, she got some pretty pronounced eyes on her damn self there too, by the way. So, but anyway, she know it. But to all my light-skinned chicks out there, you know we cool and everything. Y'all know y'all crazy as hell. You know y'all are crazy as hell. Y'all are bat crap crazy, and you know full damn well each of y'all finds the darkest group of niggas you can so you can go stand out front because you're used to them bowing to y'all. So let's just call it for what it is. Y'all learn that very, very young with no males around. It doesn't take any males. The females fall in line with them. The females fall in line with the color hierarchy. So if you're a light-skinned chick, either you get to lead or you do a lot of fighting.
That's what I want. Yeah, my cousin, my cousin that grew up in my neighborhood, we grew up together. I have a lot of light-skinned women in my family. There was no problem too much with the fighting, but I had one cousin, she would come, she grew up kind of in the birth, she would come and all the dark-skinned sisters want to fight her. I don't know why. She wasn't really saying nothing, but they were pissed at her.
Dude, if you're a light-skinned chick, that's the way it goes. Either everybody falls in line or you're going to be fighting hoes. I mean, it's just that you're going to be fighting hoes. Look, I've had, light-skinned girlfriends. I've had some octoroons there, and that's it goes one way or the other. If she wasn't fighting folk all the time, she was leading them. If she wasn't leading them, she was fighting. That's what it is. That's what it is.
Like her. What's Love and Hip Hop? What the basketball?
Kamala wasn't fighting no damn body. But in any case, no. Just Kamala was hanging out on the white side of town, and that chick there couldn't bust a damn tissue paper. So just
I'm talking about she kind of leading the black women I'm talking about on the other end of it. She kind of leading them in the sororities and everything.
Yeah, I mean they get that reaction just like females see that men lose their mind for sex. Light-skinned chicks see them dark-skinned chicks tend to circle around you. There you get a different reaction. They kind of go at each other, but if you're the light-skinned chick, they get quiet with you. So with each other, they bark back. When the light-skinned chick shows up, they get quiet with her. Now, what the dark-skinned females will tell you, really, if they're being honest, what they would say is that, well, that's because the men give the light-skinned girls a different reaction. And what I'm saying is, a chick who's secure in herself understands that's a fallacy. It isn't that light-skinned chicks get a different reaction. It is that if you are insecure, if you are a female who is insecure, that insecurity rubs men the wrong way.
And deal with it, nigga.
Are you saying that our dark-skinned sisters kind of blame colorism on the men?
The same way that men who wear glasses the bookworms to wear glasses, the way they tend to blame, they just want the dope boys or they just want the swaggy dude or whatever. What I'm saying is what he doesn't understand is his lack of confidence is really his biggest defining characteristic, not his glasses. He can take his glasses off. The problem is you're still unconfident even without your glasses. That's the problem. Meanwhile, we could put glasses on them other fellas you criticizing and they would still get the same play. Ain't that right, Future? Ain't that right, Future? And I can go down to Future, Quavo, whatever. Ain't that right? I can show you a bunch of dudes who wear glasses. Y'all can name them. So everybody ain't got perfect vision. So the difference is they carry themselves differently. And you're making an easy target of that. So your insecurity is the real thing that's standing out, not your glasses. Your insecurity as a female is what's standing out to the men, not your dark skin. Now, when you're insecure, you either go one of two ways. You either become more recessive and withdrawn, or you become more belligerent and hostile because you feel like there's something you're owed. Neither one of those is attractive.
No.
The light-skinned females have to learn, I better make some alliances because there's not a big group of mixed chicks around here to mob with. So I better learn to get along with either the girls or the guys. I need allies. That's why they operate differently.
Okay.
So it's not that the men are treating them differently because they operate differently. If you do the same thing, you the cute dark-skinned chick, as men, Prince, we don't make those kind of big distinctions.
No.
We really don't. If being light-skinned was the keys to all the damn kingdoms, then there wouldn't be so many light-skinned chicks around here being single moms now. It wouldn't be the case. That's not the way that happens. Your behavior is what men are going to judge first and foremost. We would rather have a female of any skin tone who gives us peace of mind and gets with the program. She's light-skinned and a disciplinary problem. Okay, you think we're going to tolerate it?
No, it don't matter the skin complexion. Look, my ex-wife was dark, chocolate. You understand? But like I say, it's just the attitude. If you start developing attitude, it don't matter who you are. It don't really matter. So let me ask you, what do you think women can do? You know, if they're, maybe it's too late for older women, but younger women, if they're in a group of women, you saying they know about nature how to cooperate with other women, or what do you think they get into? How can I say the real mistrust when it comes to men, because they got a code. But that code goes out the window when they fighting over a man. Is that just female nature? That's just the nature of the business. Because I've never heard a woman apologize for taking another woman's man.
It's not going to happen. The benefits are too great for it there. Look, the laws of physics are the laws of physics. At the end of the day, a 50-pound bag of cement is always going to be a woman's going to start psychologically folding just thinking about picking it up. So
Yes.
that's never going to change. Women biologically can't be treated as roughly as men since they're going to be carrying babies. So biologically, they're going to be evasive to that. At the end of the day, nobody is going to give a woman greater benefits for being a female than a man is. Not even herself. What? A woman is never going to work as hard to benefit herself as a man will. Ain't going to happen.
Never.
If she makes 50, he'll make 100 if she's desirable. Doesn't matter how cute she thinks she is. If a man is always going to bid more than her, he's always going to give more than her, he's always going to do more than her. You'll never outbid us. Never. No. Not going to happen. And there's a simple reason for that I need to remind you all of. Women will never be able to outbid men in the value game because as men, we are willing to die for it.
Yeah, they're not.
We are willing to die to make $250,000. We're willing to die to make $500,000. We're willing to take that risk. I mean, just think about it. If you had a casino where men could go up to the table with that, it'd be a line out the door. I'll take a piece of that action. I don't care where his station in life is. It's like, dude, you got a 50-50 chance. It'll be a whole bunch of juice. I'll put their chips in there. I'll take a piece of that action.
Yes.
I'll take a piece of that. You could die. I could also win. Okay, listen to me again. You could die. Women, as soon as you say it to women, the women gonna back up. Okay, let me get that little old $50,000 a year and live. They'll do it without thinking, reflexively. Take a look at their cars and take a look at ours. Women do not consider financial gain something that you die over. Women don't think of it that way. They're like, you men are crazy.
Yes.
This is why every time you turn around, some dude getting shot over a dope deal. You ain't heard about the females getting killed like that. The women are like, you guys are crazy. There's financial gain. Now, she'll sit up here and give her damn life and throw her legs and everything else if you get it. But as far as her taking the risk, oh, no. Biologically, she's not going to do that. Socially, she's not. Intrinsically, reflexively, she's not going to do it. So the men are the only ones who are going to go in the deep end of the pool. We're the only ones who are going to go deep sea driving for treasure. The only ones. We're the only ones going to swim down to the Titanic and take a chance on getting crushed. we're the only ones who are going to do it. The women ain't coming with us. And so we're always going to be able to outbid them because we're always going to risk much, much more than them. Okay. Not a little bit, way more. She's like, I can't keep up with that. This guy is willing to die. He's willing to work 80 hours a week. No vacations. 1 day off a month. I can't compete with that. He's willing to give up everything. You can't outbid the guy who's willing to give up everything. You can't outbid him.
No.
You can't do it. You trying to figure out where you're going to go after work. This guy is perfectly fine getting sat in that damn cubicle, sat at that warehouse, and they just leave him there. You become that dude. Now he just needs a female at home to cook some meals and wash some clothes, and he going to go back at it. A woman can't do that. She needs nurturing. She needs nurturing. She needs caring. She needs affection. She needs time off. All that environment is doing is grinding her down. Psychologically, it destroys them. For us as men, we conform to that because we're linear minded. Females can't thrive in that environment.
No.
So she'll never get the rewards because she can't take the environment. We'll always outbid it, not a little bit. So now that you understand that, yeah, the men are always going to have the advantage and always be able to win because we can outbid them if we choose to do so. And that's what comes to your betas. Betas are more like the females, so he ain't really trying to excel in anything. He takes what he can get. He's very easily manipulated, but even he's probably outperforming the females to a certain degree. Or at the very least, he's more willing to part with what he has than the others are.
So let me ask you this here, because much of what we have struggle is progress, sacrifice. When we're dealing with someone like Ciara's husband, my memory kind of, the football player.
Russell Simpson.
Russell Wilson. Yeah. Now, does he make sacrifice? Why is, because you see people, even our young brother rapper, Future, he seems like he makes sacrifice. He has hustle. Does Russell Wilson, he's in a sport that's competitive. Why does it seem like he doesn't? Does he make sacrifice in your mindset? Why does he have that type of mindset? Because a person that makes sacrifice to get where they're at, they appreciate what they have more. Or is it because of the way the sports are set up?
I mean, certainly he's sacrificing. The problem with Russell is that he's overpaying.
God, no.
The great problem with Russell Wilson is he's overpaying. He's grabbed a female who is not commensurate or equal to the level of value that he provides, or at least that he used to provide. He's overpaying. And that's a horrible person to be with, as a guy who's so desperate to be in the game that he overpays.
Are you saying he never had access to those type of women with given the type of money he made, or he just couldn't select them? He couldn't pull them close to him.
Russell Wilson is a professional alpha. He's socially awkward with women. He's socially awkward with men. And he's just so, in his mind, seeing Ciara, he tells himself, that's where I'm supposed to be. The problem is, it's out of date. It's out of date. So he's looking at the woman she was before Future got her pregnant and all that stuff. And he's been competing for that. And he's willing to take the leftovers and everything else so that he can have that nostalgic image next to him. And that's what he's been competing for, and that's what causes men to overpay.
Yes.
She is not the fresh young model she was, but psychologically and emotionally, Russell has not moved on. So he's stuck back there, and she sees it, and she's taking advantage of it. So in that sense, yeah, he is very much sacrificing. He's sacrificing by overpaying. He's going to leave his best, most valuable, profitable years with her. And when the game finally runs out, he won't have anything else except his NFL pension. And then she's going to get everything else. Because right now, in case Russell doesn't realize it, do you all realize that the houses that Russell's paying for right now are more than that woman's made in her music career?
What?
Ooh.
You all think about that for a few moments. Go take a look at those houses.
God.
Take a look at those houses. If she leaves him or whatever and cashes out, do you realize that would be more money than she's made in her music career? Now she has a legal right to it. So why would she make him go buy all that property? Y'all think about that for a few moments. Don't believe me. Go take a look at the properties they bought. Seattle, Denver. Now they're moving to Pennsylvania. Go take a look at the value of. I covered this on the program. Go take a look at those things. What do y'all? How much y'all think Ciara gets? Or are you some dumbass sitting up here looking at net worth and think net worth is income? Some of y'all think net worth is income. The music business is nothing but folk getting messed over on these damn music deals. She can cash out those houses for more than she's made in the music business. That's an insurance policy.
That's what that is.
She ain't paying for them.
No.
She's not paying for them. That's his dime. Okay, he's going to continue paying for it until the houses get sold. Now they want to put them up for sale. Okay, whatever he puts in the bank, that's just she got rights to that. It doesn't matter whether the houses stay in the market or whether they successfully sell them, which they have been doing. But whether they sell them or not, she's got rights to the money. That's her money. Russell's going to put it in the bank. He's not going to touch it. It's going to be sitting there for her, and anytime she wants to go grab it, she can go get it. And not a damn thing he can do to stop it. Nothing. These are her assets. This is her golden parachute, and he's perfectly fine to let her have access to all of that because that was the deal with the devil that he made to get her to walk down the damn aisle so that he could finally validate himself. Okay, I'm not square and awkward anymore. Take a look at all these guys who like Ciara. Dude, we stopped doing that back in the ludicrous days.
Of course.
So he's like an out-of-style pair of pants. But he's socially awkward and he doesn't get it. That we've moved on.
Yes.
So he's still back there. And she sees that, oh, he doesn't see what the rest of them see. He sees me differently. It's like dealing with a porn chick. You got some fan, oh, he sees me differently than the rest of these guys do. Okay, right. There's the bailout. And he's going to sit there until the day she decides to change up on him. And he will swear up and down he didn't see it coming.
Now, Jason, let me ask you this here. When it comes to the women, the hoes, and the square chicks or whatever, why do you think that they learn how to adapt better? So they say, you know what, they make an assessment of themselves, the women that have these high body counts. And they say, you know what, I got to make me a deal with somebody, or I got to change my image. Why do you feel, or do you feel that a lot of other women feel like, well, I haven't lived like that hoe, so you need to accept me the way I am? Do you feel that whorish women are somewhat more flexible and willing to say, you know, I'm here, and if I want to get here, I need to do this?
I mean, well, absolutely. I mean, that's their card to deal with life. If you have a certain set of assets or a certain set of resources, you leverage those. You leverage whatever you think your strongest card is. So if you're not so great looking chick who makes good grades, you leverage your intelligence. Gotcha. If you're a chick who gets attractive vibes from people, then if that's what works the most, you're going to probably lean on those things. So that doesn't mean that's the only thing you use, but you're probably going to wind up leaning on it.
Okay. So Jason, I want to say thank you for everything, brother. And I appreciate that information because that was my thing, is that they shouldn't be distracted by what these women are doing. And that's going to be my last question. Going forward, what is our playbook? Just sit back and watch what's going on, watch what's happening with Kamala, with the women, and just be prepared.
As with all things, in the chat room, talking about Ciara's 40, she ain't going nowhere. I hope you mean that just socially, because history has already taught us what that's going to be.
Oh, was a friend.
Please don't deceive yourselves into thinking that Ciara's a woman's age means anything. Megan Good, Tina Knowles.
Yes.
Come on, folks. No. I'm telling you, Ciara is like every other female out there, especially one whose head is gassed up as much as hers. What she's going to tell herself is, they said I couldn't get a Russell Wilson. Everybody and their mama knew you can get a Russell Wilson, but okay, tell you yourself whatever lie. Everybody said you can get some little buck-broken little beta simp. Nobody said you couldn't get that. But okay, tell yourself that lie. She's going to say, they said I couldn't get a Russell Wilson. They said I couldn't get nobody after Future. I got Russell Wilson. I can, if I leave him, I can get another one. That's what Ciara's going to say.
Yeah.
I can leave Russell because if I do, they thought I couldn't get nobody after Future. I got Russell. I can leave Russell and I can get me another one.
Because she got a simp. So a man can't lock a woman in with age. So, she get older, she ain't going nowhere.
Well, I'm just saying, here's the problem. It doesn't matter whether it's a reality or not. Does she believe it? Now, if she believes this, then now she's going to leave you. Doesn't matter if it doesn't work out or not, She believes it is, so that's not going to stop her from leaving. So until she goes out there and finds out it doesn't work, okay, that went bad. But if she believes she can replace you, she going. What my man says is when the hoe ready to go, the hoe's ready to go.
They ready to go. Ain't nothing you gonna do to stop them. Now that's where men be right in this. Man, what if she changed her mind? That's why you have to be on your grind. You're not concerned about what a woman do. Jason says a lot of times. He say Jason say, I'm an ass. Well, guess what? You can't be playing with these women or people out here. People will try to destroy you. If they can't extract resources from you, they're going to try to pull you down because nobody wants to downgrade. Y'all don't understand. Don't nobody want to downgrade. Jason, probably almost every woman he dealt with, if he say, hey, come on back over here where I'm at, or they going to run right back to where he's at. Almost every last one of them. This is the way it is. Power is power. And women like being around powerful men. And thank you for everything, Jason.
Being around powerful men has benefits, a hell of a lot more than you can get from other women, more than you can get from the rest of the world. And the big benefit to it is, unlike a job, a man has allegiance to you as a woman. Yes. Your job, your employer, your school has no allegiance to you or loyalty to you as a woman. When you are useful, you are there. When you stop being useful, you are gone. They do not invest in you. A man will do that. A man will let you live under his roof and you're not producing anything.
Yes.
You can't, there's literally nowhere else in this world you can do that.
What was your word last week, Jason? You said women see reliability as similar to what men look for loyalty. They see reliability as loyalty. Did I get it right?
Correct.
And if they can find them, that's why they can go from one man to the other if he's giving her something, because they see that as loyalty or something to that effect, right?
Tangibles. If she has an expectation and you meet that expectation consistently, that is reliability. She's not asking about allegiance. Please understand that. To put this in the political context, this is the reason why we started telling politicians they got to drop tangibles. Forget the pats on the head and the photo ops and the singing the songs. We ain't trying to hear none of that. Drop them tangibles. And I don't give a damn about what Trump says. Oh, Jason, he racist, this, that, and the other. Is he dropping tangibles? If he is, well, Jason, he apologized, but he don't really mean it. Did he drop some tangibles with that apology? Yeah, then we'll call that an apology. I'll call that sincerity. He dropped them dollars with it. I'll call that sincerity. I don't know if he really means it. I know he cut the check. I know he did that. So we'll call that sincerity. Well, women are the same way. She doesn't know if you really mean what you're saying. What she knows is she can put the butt cheeks in that Bentley. What she knows is she can put her feet in the red bottoms. She knows that. She's like, okay, I'll call that love. That's reliability. What she's saying is, that's something I don't have to question. I don't know what's going on in his head. I just know if he paid the rent this month, and I know if he bought the shoes, and I know the things I got in my hands. That I do know. And too many men try to circumvent that. Okay. Because they see that as shallow and whatnot, and to a certain extent it is. But what I'm saying is, you're not going to profit yourself or benefit yourself by trying to circumvent females' vocabulary, their emotional vocabulary. You're not doing yourself any favors. You're not winning the game by doing that. And you're not going to change female nature. A woman believes a man based on what he does.
Come on now.
Not on what he feels. And the men are trying to get the women to relate to them like women and get the women to respond to what we feel. And that's not the way that works. Your job is to show results. Don't tell her about no six-pack, bring one. Don't tell her about no six-figure income, bring one. Don't tell her about what you gonna do, show her what you did. And then she's like, okay, you've taken the guesswork out of it. A woman cannot prove you are sincere. She can't prove it. Even if you do all the things that you said you were going to do, she can't prove you're sincere. She can't prove you really wanted to do it for her. Women watch men sit up here and do things all the time. She can't prove that you really want to do it for her, but what she can do is prove you actually did it. Now that exactly. She can. I can't prove that he's sincere about what he's saying, how he feels about me. I can prove that he's sincere about what he did. I can prove he did it.
Have you ever had a woman turn down the company car and say, "I'm gonna just keep riding in my Hyundai. I'm cool, but thank you. I'm happy in this." Have you ever had a woman turn down the company car?
No, not only as a result of a falling out, and that usually happens later. But I've never had one turned down initially. I've never had that experience.
As a way to impress you, maybe like, "Oh no, I don't need all that." Once they get it at that dealership.
Well, every female downplays it till you get to the dealership, and just everybody does that. So that doesn't even register to me anymore, because I'm like, okay, I know you're lying. So it's like, or if you don't, that's perfectly fine. Just the key fob coming with me either which way. So it's just if you like it, great. If you don't, the key fob's still coming with me. So whether it goes in your pocket or not is the only thing in question. But no, I've never actually had that experience though. As a standing thing where it just lasted, I've never had that experience. But it's never been a singular thing by itself. It's all part of a package deal. So the operative word is not car. The operative word is company.
Company.
Yeah, because if you're a lame and a simp who goes off and buys vehicles, you're just a trick.
Exactly.
The value is not in the car. The value is in saying it came from me. That's where the value is. The value is it's symbolic, because bottom line is I've driven pretty much everything out there with 4 wheels, and some with more than 4 wheels. You put your one foot on the brake, one foot on the gas, it moves and it stops. That's it. All of them got a steering wheel, all of them got a brake pedal, and all of them have a gas pedal. I mean, that's pretty much going to be it. Some of them ride a little smoother than others. All right, fine. A little faster than others. Okay. Towed more than others. Okay. But at the end of the day, that's what it does. It doesn't have any value beyond that except its connection to me. And so that value transcends a vehicle. The vehicle is just another vehicle. The real thing is it's symbolic. It smells like me. It looks like me. You know, it's got the color things there. So that's what gives it its value. Where men mess up is when they try to separate those two things. You try to compensate for your lack of value. Well, let me go buy a vehicle. Let me go buy a purse. Let me go do you're obliterating your value now. Because what you're telling them is you don't have the value comes from the car. No, it doesn't. If you're a guy who needs a car to be valuable, you've already lost.
And a woman knows it. She knows when you're trying to buy her with things.
Well, let me clarify that. She knows when you're trying to buy her with things. Well, it's obvious if all you have are things.
There you go.
Think of it more in that regard. It's obvious that, well, brother, there ain't much to you. Without your income and without what you bought, there's nothing to you. Case in point, like I say, you all listen to me talk to females all the time. Do you notice the conversation is never vapid? Look it up. The conversation is never banal. I'm never just talking in circles.
Never.
Y'all will sit up here and see me sit up here and pull chicks with they dudes sitting on the damn phone. Ain't that right, nigga?
Man, that guy's still mad at you.
Deal with it, nigga.
He's still cussing your name.
Right. So what I'm saying is no car required. No shoes required. No handbag required. Just the person. She could see there was more to me than just a voice or a conversation or certainly any physical item. I hadn't given her anything. So she saw there was more to it. Too many fellas don't want to develop those things right there, and then all you end up being is a paycheck. All you end up being is you know, a withdrawal. You're just a walking credit card, and that's not what you want to be. You want to have intrinsic value that makes you more valuable. You don't want to be a guy who talks about himself. Y'all hear me when I talk to females and whatnot, when they call in, they can be angry as hell. I'm talking to them about themselves.
Exactly.
Angriest caller in the world. That chick was sitting up here cussing me smooth, slap the hell out. I didn't spend a whole bunch of time talking about me. I talked about her. And it wasn't banal either. And it wasn't spitting game neither. I was talking about her life. I was talking about a bunch of things that had nothing to do with sex.
And
nothing.
Women love that.
Okay, what I'm saying is that, yeah, because when you come to the door trying to batter and ram them with sex, it's like, okay, you're desperate. And there's nothing to you. So if it's very obvious, there's nothing to you except demanding for sex. There's nothing to you except the money you have. There's nothing to you except the physical things you have. That's the problem. So for me, yeah, I talk about the company car and this, that, and the other. And we can talk about all those other things, but please understand the value is there even without it. That is simply added value. So that's the excelling part of it. But that's something I do for me. It's not something I do for them. I don't do it to get approval from them. I do this. I was going to do this anyway.
Exactly.
And that's the thing to recognize. I'm not doing this because you're here. This is going to happen whether you're here or not. Whether you're a part of the equation or not, this is still happening. And that's what they respect, is that you're going places with or without her.
Yes.
That she doesn't have to motivate you. She doesn't have to move you. You're going to do this whether she's there or not. And that's where your value comes from. Hopefully you know how to hold a conversation. Hopefully you know how to be intuitive. Hopefully you know how to talk about something other than yourself. Hopefully you know how to do that. Hopefully you can add those things on top of it, and all that comes together. And then last but not least, hopefully you are admired by other men.
Very important.
Now, more importantly, being admired by other women is being admired by other men. Because women appreciate a man. They want a man that other women want, but they desperately want a man that other men respect.
Exactly.
And when she sees that you have the respect of the other men, that means something. Because I explained this to you all before when I talked about being a dragon on the program years ago. When they see that other men respect you, women don't see men the way that we see men.
No.
They don't. Remember, we've got twice the muscle mass, twice the bone density. So in many ways, we're like a foreign creature to them. And when they see that you talking gets other men quiet, you talking gets the other men respected, that's like watching, the Daenerys on Game of Thrones. You got dragons bowing to you. She's like, I can't do that. I can get them to stop and want to have sex with me. I can't get them to stop and do what you're doing right now. I can't get them to do this. She sees them. Remember, for women, they have to acknowledge that, if a man wanted to do something with his bare hands to you, he could. So when you have another man who can get a group of them to just stop what they're doing, that's like watching lions at Ringling Brothers, and the man just puts his hand up and they all stop still and start sitting up. That's the way she sees you when you do that. If you can do that. You can do that. She doesn't see that the way you do. You see that as you communing with the men or maybe exerting some authority or whatever. She sees that as a force of nature. She doesn't see that the way you do as a man. You see that as another day in the life of. She sees that as something she cannot do. That's valuable. She sees how that can be used. She sees how that can be utilized. She also sees if you can't do it.
And you can't fake that. That can't be faked. Respect among the men. Yes.
No, that cannot be faked. That is a status symbol that cannot be fabricated and cannot be imitated. Either the men respect you or they don't. Either you can call them together and they come, or you can't. And every woman's looking for the guy who can. Now, if ideally that's what you prefer, most of them are never going to get it. But ideally, that's the one they want.
So that's what they're looking for. Now, is that the same or similar with women? Well, women, a lot of times they are attracted to men that are attracted, that other women are attracted to.
I mean, that's a primal thing. So when you're talking about primal things like sexual urges, sure, that always registers. Like I tell y'all, sex is only something you can do for 30 minutes to an hour. The other 23 hours of the day is what she has to live with. And if ideally all the things that have nothing to do with sex, that's what really bonds her to you. Now, don't get me wrong, being a lame in that regard is going to probably knock you off as well, but that really should be a given. So assuming you're not a complete lame, she's looking for these other things, the things that don't require being in bed, the things that don't require that. Remember, if all you are is sex, you're just a porn star, but that's all you are.
Yes.
So you can't afford to be one-dimensional. You need to have balance. Most men don't. Most men really settle down and become one-dimensional, and they got one thing that they do. But then again, most women only have one thing they do too. But women are more sensitive to the lack of those other things and just don't like it. She's not acknowledging the fact she doesn't qualify for more. So as a man, having balance is very, very important, but it takes work. It's not something that happens naturally for the overwhelming majority of men. You're going to have to work at this. I don't like people, but strange vocation I picked up. I'm not a big people person, but I learned how to hold a conversation, and I've learned how to talk to people, even though it's not something I naturally gravitate to nor desire to do. And people can see, by the way, hell, he can excel at something he doesn't even like. Well, that tells them something about your character.
Yes.
That's not something you have to fake. That's a genuine thing. It's like, wow, you can dedicate yourself to that and you don't even really like it like that? What kind of person is this?
You show interest in other people, Jason. Jason, you let me tell you something. The greatest thing that I've learned from you and what gravitated me towards you, my brother, is the fact that I don't like, and it's partly because of my post-traumatic stress disorder, I don't like bad situations. So when you started saying, yeah, that's part of the growth process, I would always kick myself. Why did that happen? I'm trying to avoid it. No, you were saying, no, that's part of the process. And I say, man, that's it. You know, I know some bad experiences, but I'm like, man, that's too grimy. Why I had to go through that? Why I had to be? No, y'all better listen to Jason. He's telling you the truth. I'm telling you, because if you sit and avoid and shield yourself from certain experiences, you won't be prepared when you're dealing with people. You might have the right man or woman right in front of you, but you're not prepared to lead or teach them anything. That's all I have to say on that, Jason.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight, Brother Prince. We appreciate that. Let me go ahead and see if I can take a look at one thing here. That's always an important thing for me. In the chat room here, Mr. Let's Make a Drink. I need Mr. Let's Make a Drink to go ahead and give us a buzz up here on Zoom. So we need Mr. Let's Make a Drink to give us a buzz up here on Zoom. Let me go ahead and jump over here on Zoom here. Let me see if I've got all right, iPhone here. Waiting for him to go ahead and hook that up for me. All right, brother, what's your name?
My name is Rashad from LA.
All right, Rashad from LA, what's on your mind?
A couple of things. You said some pretty interesting things involving Kamala Harris, and I agree with every single bit. But I was talking to a buddy of mine today, and I had to ask this question, considering all of the women that I'm seeing that are supporting Kamala, and they seem to be so apologetic about or forgiving about her past. And I wonder something: if Barack Obama showed up with a white man, white female as his wife instead of Michelle, would black women still support him the way that they are forgiving about Kamala Harris with her non-black partner? We all know the answer to that, but
well, certainly, but understand the reason why. Because women are not looking for the same thing from Kamala Harris that they would objectively be looking for from Obama. So it's easier for them to dismiss her white husband because they're not looking at her for the same way that they would be looking at Obama. They're not looking at her as a masculine leader, nor are they looking at her as a masculine option. So her husband is really in many ways a non-issue for them. Mm-hmm. So now you realize why it's a non-issue. They're not looking for her the same way you would be, and certainly not the way they would at Obama.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The other thing is, why do you think that so many of sisters out here are just so forgiving about her past? Because I talk to a lot of black women, and now I'm noticing one of the biggest trends. They're trying to rewrite Kamala Harris's history in terms of things she's done with against us, involving her time as a DA and an attorney general. And there's this big push to try to erase or just scrub, all of those things from the internet. But those of us that are out here, we know what she did. We know her past. But
here's the thing.
Don't care.
How is Kamala Harris's, except for the fact that the guys she was with were more well known, how is her sexual history any different from any other chick in LA, in San Francisco, in San Diego? Other than the notoriety of the men she was with, how is it any different?
It's not. It's not any different. In fact, I think probably her history is probably tamer.
Yeah, that's my whole point. So
yeah.
What is there for them to hold against her in that regard? There's really not a lot.
True.
As men, we kind of making some issues of it because we kind of side-eyeing it. But for the females, they're only responding that way because of us. That was not their complaints in 2020. That was ours. Their complaints were something different. That's not a complaint for them now. So that's a talking point among us as men. And the women will give it lip service, but let's just keep it real. As far as holding feet to the fire, they're not going to do that. They're in the same boat with her, and they really don't want us putting all the hoes on trial. That's not what they want us doing. So when you're around, they'll give it lip service. As soon as you leave, they back to doing what they was doing.
Do you think that with this coming election, because I noticed when Trump squared off against Hillary Clinton, you had a lot of women that supposedly, particularly white women, who were supporting Hillary. But then when they went to the polls, they went in and they voted for Trump anyway. Do you see the same thing possibly happen with Kamala? Or Trump, this time around, because
Trump was different. Hillary Clinton was a part of the political machine. She had been around for decades. She had a long track record, and women didn't like her because of how long they knew. Remember, familiarity breeds contempt.
Yeah.
That was the problem. Trump was newer. Hillary Clinton was a very well-known quantity, and that was a negative for her. Women were very familiar with her, and they didn't like it. She wasn't a sister girl you could get along with. She was that real pitchy, moany boss at work that you didn't want to really fool with. She knows more than you. She's demanding. She's condescending. She's not genuine. So those were Hillary Clinton's negatives. And unlike Kamala Harris, you couldn't convince us that was a misnomer because we had known her too long. Kamala Harris has been basically up under a blanket for the last 3 years. And really, you haven't gotten to know her. So that's actually now proven to be a positive. She's actually been able to reintroduce herself. Once again, if she doesn't fumble the damn ball, she gives herself a very good chance of winning. That's the difference between her and Hillary. We knew Hillary for too long. 2 decades, there's nothing about you we don't know. And we're sure that we're seeing what we say we're seeing. Add to that she was doing a Joe Biden. Remember, she was stumbling and fumbling and falling over, and they had to help her into the SUV, remember? Y'all go back and go remember that. Oh, she was doing the Joe Biden too, so there were serious questions about her health in 2016. For those of you who've forgotten, serious questions. So she had to put those things together. You have a perfect storm and ain't gonna make it. As long as Kamala Harris ain't stumbling and bumbling and shuffling and having trouble walking and this, that, and the other, and doesn't say anything she can't recover from, she gives herself a good chance of succeeding. So just remember, her reception by the women is different than it is with us. They're looking for different things than we are, regardless of what they signify to you in your presence. They're looking for something different. I think she's gotten as much mileage out of the abortion thing as possible. The sexual history thing, I think it does have an effect, but not the way we as men are looking at it. I think that if
most women
she's
don't
arrogant,
really care, from what I've seen.
If she's arrogant and tries to floss it and flex it, then the women are going to get turned off. As long as we're the ones talking about it, the women are like, well, the women know the damn truth, which is, well, hell, I got more bodies than she do by dudes who ain't nearly as well known. So they're not going to take issue with her. They're going to take issue with us.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's you're absolutely correct about that. I heard one woman compare Ivana Trump, as a matter of fact, to Kamala Harris.
And that didn't stick
that
when the
was,
Democrats tried that. Remember when the Democrats tried to slut Ivana Trump? What's her name? Melania? That didn't help.
Yeah.
Oh, porn star, nakedness, and that didn't do anything to her. Not one female refused to vote for Trump because his wife was running around naked back in the day. Mail order bride, all the things you wanted to throw at her. No females held that against her. Nobody.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not holding it against her today. So that's what I mean by when we talk about the sisterhood and stuff like that, fellas need to understand. I did a program called Survival Sex because I want y'all to understand that's the female psyche. They go sister girl with each other in that regard. Okay, you had to do something strange for some change. You had to throw your legs open to get a meal tonight. As far as females are concerned, that's fair game. Now, it's grimy, and we as men cannot like it, this, that, and the other. For females, that is fair game. Remember, they're not going to blame themselves for being in that position. They're going to blame you and me. Please understand that as men, women don't blame themselves if they get in that predicament. They're going to blame you and say that, well, if you had done differently. Remember, if they divorce you, well, if you had been a better husband, even if she cheated on you. I only cheated on you because you were no good. So remember, she's not going to blame herself for that. She's going to blame you. So when we do that with the females, just remember, they're not going to blame Kamala. They're going to blame Willie Brown. They're going to blame Montel. They're going to blame you. They're going to blame me. They're not going to blame Kamala. Because if you blame her, then they have to also look at themselves the same way. And that ain't happening. Not going to happen. So what they're going to say is it's fair game. And, oh, well, if she was letting it up, y'all put her in that position. It's a man's world. Here we go. Even though she was the damn prosecuting attorney, even though she was district attorney, it's still your fault. When she became senator, it's still your fault. When she gets to the White House, if she sits up here and sleeps with the damn gardener, they're going to say it's our fault. Please understand that. Please understand. Well, you men spent so long shaming her and she was just depressed about it here. And so, Doug wasn't doing enough, or you just understand women working in the workplace and she's in an unparalleled position right here. So the gardener was he was very nervous. That's what it's going to be. You know it. There's you wouldn't put $3 against it in a bet. You wouldn't put $3. If your life was on the line, you wouldn't put $3 against it. You know what they're going to say. And you know they're going to roll with it. You've seen it too many times.
Yeah, absolutely. I was one more question I want to ask you. So do you think that generally, speaking, that the sisters care less about Black empowerment than we do? Because that's just what I'm observing, that with many of the women I've talked to, and I asked them, why is it that they support Kamala Harris? It usually has nothing to do with us as Black people. It's something intersectional. It's something that relates to abortion, or just the fact that she's a Black woman. And although Kamala hasn't, she says she's Black, here and there, but she doesn't identify herself as one of us, only when it's convenient. So sometimes I have to ask myself that question. I mean, because I see some kind of disconnect between us. I mean, do you think that many of the sisters that are out here, they generally don't value Black empowerment as much as the men do, or there's no difference?
Well, as the men, we're the warrior class, so we're always frontline dealing with those things. We're not in air-conditioned offices. We got to be up here and go eyeball to eyeball with the police. So our experience is more pronounced and more blunt and direct. The females are shielded from that in a large degree. So when you talk about that, that's really never been the way it works. That's never been the way. Because identity is not defined by the females, it's defined by us. We're the ones, the males of the society are the ones who define the identity of the group. Mm-hmm. The females do not define it. The females uphold our virtues. But they do not define this. We define it. The reason why we define it is because we're the ones who have to enforce it. Let's be very, very clear. The bottom line is you can have all the principles in this damn world you want to. If you cannot physically enforce them, you ain't got no principles. If you do not have the ability to enforce it, it's null and void. It's irrelevant. Very nice to have your get-togethers. It's very nice to have your religious beliefs. There's a reason why the Crusades had to have swords and spears and shields. You can believe whatever you want to. If you can't enforce it, you don't have anything. So as the men, please remember our relationship to blackness in that regard is different from theirs. So just think of it in those terms. They are expecting us to define it and for them to uphold it. And we don't want it to be a situation where they're defining it. You don't want that to be the case. That's how you leave yourself vulnerable to outsiders coming in and co-opting your women and conquering like that if they feel like the women are leading, which is what the American government was the first thing they went to work to go do. Oh, let's put the chicks in charge.
Absolutely.
So, well, what do you know?
Absolutely.
Then it becomes self-fulfilling. It's like, okay, well, we can shut you fellas down. We'll put them in charge. And now it becomes this vicious cycle. So that's why you're asking that question. I'm just trying to put in the context to you exactly how it works as far as biology and sociology is concerned. We will always be the ones who define that because we're always going to be the ones defending it.
It's interesting you just said that. I'll let you go because I know there's other callers, but this is the same conversation I had with some of my friends all the time. I'm an entrepreneur myself. I own some Airbnbs and rental properties in the country, but one of the things I always tell them is that if you want the cooperation of the women, you have to build something. It's not enough to just go out here and lead with lip service. You have to build something that they actually can be a part of and they can follow. That's how you get the respect of the women and the children.
You have to create something in the real world.
Exactly.
Think of it like copyright. And hold your thought for a moment. Don't lose your train of thought. But think of it like copyright. Remember what copyright law requires. You can't just have an idea. In order to have a valid copyright, it has to be written down or documented tangibly in the real world. It can't just be you can't go to court and say, I had this idea and never show where you ever wrote it down so that you can substantiate when you had this idea. So it has a copyright doesn't exist until it's in a tangible medium. Women, like I said, women trust what we do. Yeah. They might feel what you say, but they believe what you do. And that's where there is no arguing with the real damn thing. There is no arguing what's in her hands. She might not believe that you, quote, love her, but she does believe you put what that was in her hands. Now, that she can't argue with. She's like, I don't know what he's thinking, but I know what he did. And at that point right there, if she cannot argue with what's in her hands, she's like, okay, we'll call that love.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, thank you, Brother Jason. It's been a pleasure talking to you. I won't take up too much of your time. Just wanted to call and provide my 2 cents in this conversation because it's a very good conversation that we're having. And these last couple of days have been very, very interesting. Just watching, this whole entire political experience develop. So, it's interesting to see what's going to happen in the next couple of months and how far the rabbit holes this go. But I think just as us as men, that's pretty much my message, same as yours. If we want the respect of the women and the children, we got to build something.
I'm predicting we're going to see one more major event between now and the election. I'm predicting there'll be one more. I don't know if it's going to be a Biden-style debate situation. I predict there will be another event. Somebody tries to kill Trump. So I'm like, by the way, I'm predicting there's going to be one more. Not certain what it is just yet, but it's going to involve Kamala Harris. Not certain what it will be, but keep your eyes and ears open. I suspect one more thing is coming. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Hey, look, I ain't hating on the hoes. I mean, do what you do. I'm not mad at Kamala for where she been. It's like, hey, just, get in where you fit in. Where does this bode for the future? Where are we going with it? I don't know. But I do believe that if she wins, we're going to see more hoes emboldened than we ever have. And fellas, the conversation about body count is probably going to become null and void because she will become a mascot for every female's worst instincts you imagined. We're going to take one more person here on Zoom. See if I can get Dan up here on Zoom. Dan, what's on your mind?
You can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Excellent broadcast so far. I do want to touch on the question that you asked earlier. Is hoes really winning? I don't know, bro. I don't think they winning. I think they can sleep their way to the top, but I think it is very interesting that the way how you just broke it down with Kamala and Willie, what's his name? Willie Wilson, right? Yeah, Willie Wilson, and man, that's
Willie. Oh, you talking about Willie Brown?
Yeah, I mean Willie Brown. I'm thinking.
Well,
of
look, what I'm saying is that if Kamala becomes president of the United States, sleeping your way to the top, getting in where you fit in, something strange for some change, Ho the Housewife is officially going to become mainstream. I'm talking about the college level, high school level. It will officially, the way that Bill Clinton made sleeping around in your wife normalized, she's about to normalize hoeing in the whole damn 9 yards as a way of life, and that men need to just get over it. That's officially going to go mainstream.
Yeah, because that's been going on forever. It just by the mainstreaming, and you really gonna see that, and you really ain't gonna see the marriage race ain't going no higher. So far as the marriage race concerned, it's really gonna be a lot of dudes gonna be like, I don't wanna walk down the aisle. Nah, I don't want to get her pregnant. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. So, and you know what else too that I think is dangerous too? I just thought about this. I think that also opened up a lot of doors on the mainstream level for women to lie on men too when it comes to something serious. You know, I don't want to say too much, but like they pulled a Bill Cosby. So I think that part gonna make it mainstream too, and I think that Kamala is gonna do a lot of backdooring on the sister girl support system. And what I mean by backdooring, like turn on her black women voters, you know, like they always backstab each other. So
I think that if she starts getting traction, she's actually going to use that as much as she can to shore up support among black women. She needs a base. Because remember, her whole thing will be getting reelected. So she'll need to get 2028 also. So whatever she does needs to put her in good position for that. So I actually think it'll go the other way. Once she proves, I said this at the beginning of the broadcast, remember this was the way it worked for Obama. Once she proves she can get white folk to vote for her and support her, that's going to bring in a lot more black support. If she proves that white folk will actually support her and vote for her, you're going to see a lot more other folk come with her. That's what's really going to get the black support behind her.
Let me ask you this. Okay, we almost in August. So she really got about 3 months. You think she able to pull that off in 3 months?
It's not about her pulling it off. First of all, she's like she just showed up yesterday. People have been looking at her now for 5 years. So she's certainly got that going for her. And right now, Trump's not doing himself a lot of favors. I mean, listen, more folks start shooting at him. But he did brilliantly with Biden. When Biden flubbed the debate, Trump did something we all didn't think he would do. He got quiet. He just let Biden stew. The media went after him, and he just let them go ahead and roast him, and it worked brilliantly. As soon as he starts getting shot at, he doesn't do what folks thought he was going to happen and what we were suspecting he would do. And what I'm saying is I'm seeing him repeating the playbook he did in 2020. He's doubling down on it. So once again, if Kamala wins, it will not be because she was this brilliant politician, this savvy operator who did these great things. But I can show you a bunch of people who became president throughout history, and that wasn't who they were. George H.W. Bush, Harry Truman, William McKinley. Most of your presidents were not these super charismatic individuals. They weren't these super savvy operators. That's not who they were. But they got elected. So In her case, no, she won't be the best and brightest, but she's one of the only options at the top of the ticket, so she doesn't have to be the best and brightest. She just is like the story about the two gazelles running from the line or whatever. Is one trips the other one. He says, "Well, we can't outrun the line." He's like, "No, I don't have to outrun the line. I just have to outrun you." Kamala does not have to be better than Obama. She just needs to be better than Trump on election day. She just needs to be better than him. And if he doesn't start expanding that party, and right now he's shown he's not trying to, he just wants to get every white person in America galvanized to the polls, which is what I think he's trying to do. He doesn't want to expand the party. He thinks that he can super energize the white base. That they've been waiting, and there's going to be this white tsunami that's going to show up in November. Well, he better hope that happens. Because Kamala right now, all she needs to do is just not offend people. And she's demonstrated she can do that.
That's a strong if. That's a very strong if. But we'll see in another 3 months, man. I think it's gonna be very interesting. But I would just have to answer that question. Like, I don't think hoes will win you know what? I do think hoes can win in the short term. I don't think they can win in the long term. You know what I'm saying? Because
how do we define winning? There you go. Okay, before you can say they ain't winning, you first have to define what winning is, and then tell me if that's not what's happening.
Well, I can't say she got the husband because you got it's a gang of hoes getting married. You know what? You got me on that one. I think I should have went down that rabbit hole.
Well, look, I mean, the bottom line is Doug was the fellow who was willing to take her or whatever, keep her awkward ass. He didn't want any children with her. That's always a warning sign when a man gets with a woman and says, by the way, I don't want no kids. So if a man is getting married to you and the stipulation is, by the way, I don't want any children with you, he's letting you know your value. Right there. He's letting you know what your value is. So please don't disregard that. Doug was willing to marry her just as long as she raised his children by another woman, but he doesn't want any kids with her. Now, unless she has some physical issue that prevents that, doesn't every red flag known to man should be going off to you right there. So that in Washington, you have a bunch of square ass, weird ass people who get in marriages that are arrangements, as long as those arrangements help their political careers. In Obama's case, don't think of me as gay. I can't be gay. I'm married to Michelle. Okay, well, just ignore all them stories y'all heard. And with Kamala Harris, vote for me. I'm married.
Yeah, I've been hearing them stories about Obama since I was in juvenile. I've been hearing that stories for a while.
So folks get married in Washington and whatnot because it's expected. It helps. Is this, that, and the other. Makes you more relatable. And more importantly, it hides some of the weird stuff you do. Because you take a look at her sexual history, it's like, okay, seeing him is supposed to get you to stop thinking about what else she done did or is doing. And for the most part, it works. So, like I say, as far as winning, right now, remember, it used to be a stigma on having the bastard kids and this, that, and the other. We don't have that anymore like we did. And if you can have a chick who you can see what she did with married men, this, that, and the other, and she can become president, what I'm saying is that is a moment that a hoe culture has been waiting for. Something undeniable, unmistakable. You can't argue with it. Boss babe. Sitting there in the damn White House, and it don't matter how many folks she slept with, and ain't nothing you can do about it. It's an immature response. What I'm saying is think about how that would embolden them. Think about the chicks, at the common level, how you going to tell them that anything they're doing is bad when they're, I can be president. Take a look at how we suffer with Ciara. You can't argue with them now because how you going to tell them about what kind of dudes they shouldn't be with, and Ciara goes and gets Future. So what I'm saying is think about that for a few moments. Right now, that's the kind of little symbolic trophy that they would love to have. They would love to have that. And if she wins, they'll finally have it. And and think about what she's running on. She's running on abortion. She doesn't have to run on hoe it up if you want to. That basically is a given. Whatever females do, we supposed to just roll with it. The men ain't supposed to say nothing. You disrespecting women. Calling you a hoe is not disrespecting. I'm reporting the news.
Yeah, that was funny that the lady called. She say, and I never, and you know what? Because that happened to me a few times before. You know, when you call something out, it's like they get offensive, but you not part of that. But it's like, yeah, you kind of, the more you keep defending, the more you keep showing that you secretly got some horn in you somewhere.
Brother, most females have done a bunch of grimy stuff. You know, it's not a Chicago thing. That is not a Chicago thing. They've done a bunch of grimy stuff. Their job is to delude us into thinking they ain't did it. Because they know otherwise that's where men put the value at, and without that, it's not going to work. So their job is to deceive you and let you believe fallacies or whatever, and hopefully you don't ask a bunch of questions and get down to what the reality is. This is why it's not, I'm going to point it out. I'm going to talk about those things if it comes up, but I'm just letting everybody know, hey, fellas, if you think that bringing up Kamala Harris's sexual history is going to be this kill shot that's just going to sink her political ambitions, you are whistling past the graveyard. This means nothing to the women because they all got similar stories, if not worse. The only difference is the dudes they laid up with, nobody knows. They laid up with a lot more and a lot worse circumstances, so they're probably a little envious of her. Ooh, you use Dave Montel? So, fellas, it's not going to work. That's not a negative to the females. It's not a negative. It just is. It just is. It's not because it's ancient history. It's just, oh, well, they all got the same story. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. We've been on here for 4.5 hours. All right, I'm going to go ahead and wrap things up here. Get ready. Get ready, folks. We're going to, if she wins, we enter a brand new era. We enter an era where hoes on the White House lawn, sitting in front of the Oval, is sitting in the Oval Office and telling you, I got my degree, I got my 4 bastard kids, and body count don't mean a damn thing. I'm just warning you, that's the cultural shift. I got my abortions. Okay. And this is where we're going. Please keep in mind, somebody warns you. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up here tonight. I want to thank everyone who has contributed to support tonight's program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo. Shout out here to Taryn Vaughn, my man Grind Time. He's staying up late tonight. The man Grind Time's up late tonight here. Alonda Hanslew, Trump better make a sales pitch to FBA, specifically reparations. That'll probably save his campaign. He's doubling down on MAGA. So he's rerunning the 2020 playbook. He learned absolutely nothing from Ron DeSantis. He thinks that he's a more charming version of Ron DeSantis, and he's learned nothing from 2020. He's learned nothing. He thinks he knows better. He thinks he's going to defy gravity, so he's learned nothing from it. I did not say he will not win. I'm just saying that he's putting himself in bad position, which is only going to deteriorate as time goes on. Kamala Harris right now is consumed with a charm offensive. And with the right coaches and all those folk in Hollywood that she's dealing with right now, they could get her together and get her reorganized and reconstituted as a product. They sure can. Fellas, get ready. Get ready, middle-aged and every damn thing else. They're coming to let you know. By the way, body count don't matter. This is where we're going. 2024 onward. 2024, the year of the hoe. Body count don't matter. I can be president. You men need to quit trying to shame us. It doesn't matter. Don't you see? Nobody cares. Okay. And there's going to be a lot of guys who are going to be like, well, I guess they don't care. Oh, well, I guess no matter what she do. All right. Eyes and ears open. We're going to go ahead and wrap up tonight's program here. If you are new here to the business, welcome to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. Click that red subscribe button. Click that yellow notification bell. Join us each and every time that we're here. If you haven't been to our Patreon, the link is in the description. We do it every weekend at 12 noon Central Time. You are more than welcome to join us, and I will see you there. Thank you all for tuning in to tonight's program. Thank you for watching live or recorded. Thank you for liking, subscribing, and sharing. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of The Business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, handle your business or your business will handle you.